myself and then yeah. Hello everyone, welcome to day 2. Who is here with me? Can I see someone saying hello to me in the chat? Because I know you were watching me on the live just now, so you must be here. So come join us because I have lots to share and we have a special person here waiting to come and join us as well. But I want to go over something very important before we start today. Yesterday was day 1 where we explored what is the truth behind all of what we are sharing today. And today we want to look at what's the misalignment. We all feel it and we want to talk about that misalignment. So I have a presentation here. Maybe it's not here yet. Okay, so I want to talk about how performance isn't freedom when you are tied to a string like a puppet. That's the theme for today. I want to talk about how we feel like a puppet being pulled by strings attached to us, and that when you perform under that isn't freedom, right? How could it be freedom? So sorry, that's not the one. Can I move? How do I move the slides? There. Oh, I can't move. It's okay. We're just having a little technical difficulty with our slides, but that's when you breathe, right? You take a breath. Can I add the slide? It's okay. I don't need it. I'll just add it later. So I've been talking about this MC systems, and I want to show you those today. I'm not going to tell you right now. I'll show you along the way what those are. Now, you learn to move the way the strings pull you if you're a puppet. Now, we learn to smile, we learn to be silent, and we learn to have good behaviors. But that's all part of performance. We are not going to perform anymore for others or ourselves. We need to really come home to us and find our soul print so we can then express ourselves. That's what it's going to be about as we go through these days in the next 5 days. But I have a special guest today who is all about finding your voice and expression. Gina Riley is here. Dr. Gina Riley, welcome. And she is an educational psychologist, program director and associate professor at adolescent special education at Hunter College, right? Gina, welcome. Come on. Come to the stage. I think she's muted.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again.
You.
Yes, me and Gina known each other for a while.
Yeah.
She was on one of my other summits during COVID because we knew people needed to hear us during that time, right? So you were here with me. Thank you for coming back again.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm so thrilled to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. We have some comments, but you can start. I'll just ask you questions as they come up. Thank you, Gina.
Sure. So I am going to start by really thinking about how we return to joy, how we facilitate learning with trust and purpose and presence. And to do that, right, we are going to talk a lot about intrinsic motivation, or allowing kids and teens the time and space to be uniquely themselves. And that's really important, right? To have them be themselves, we have to think about what that means. So that might mean letting go of our expectations for our children. That means clearly seeing them, really, really seeing them, and recognizing their strengths and their talents. That means giving them the freedom to be themselves and loving and accepting them unconditionally. And that is harder than it looks. So I'm so excited. I see these comments from the chat saying, oh, I love intrinsic motivation. And we are going to talk about it. And I'm so excited because it's really, really the secret to learning. And so when we talk about intrinsic motivation today, we're going to focus on number one, what that looks like for your children, what that looks like for your family, what that looks like if you're a teacher for your students, and really what would that feel like in its purest sense. So that's our goal for today. I'll talk about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll go to questions. So Kohila was so kind. She's the most amazing human, and talked about my role at CUNY Hunter College. I'm an educational psychologist, a program director, and associate professor. I also talk a lot about homeschooling, unschooling, and self-directed learning models. That's what I write. That's what I research. My research focus has always been intrinsic motivation, self-determination, cognitive evaluation theory, which we'll talk about, decision making, and other forms of teaching and learning. And I'm the author of 3 books that I am always excited to share with you. So, in terms of framing for today, we are going to talk about different self directed learning models. We'll talk about the definition of intrinsic motivation, which really comes from Edward Dietschy and Richard Ryan's self determination theory. And then we're going to talk about a sub theory of self determination theory called cognitive evaluation theory. And it just outlines the environmental tenets that support in facilitating intrinsic motivation in others and oneself. These are fancy, fancy words and fancy theories, and we will break them down together today. So I'm always asked, why intrinsic motivation? And really, it's because from the very beginning, intrinsic motivation fascinated me. The fact that children and teens can learn on their own with no adult coercion through their own motivations is just amazing. And the fact that we can really learn on our own and expand our joy and our purpose is just amazing. So I have been researching intrinsic motivation and self-directed learning since 1998, and I know a little bit about it. And so we're going to talk about what intrinsic motivation really is. So when we talk about intrinsic motivation, it's really the joy, the curiosity, the learning, the passion that we all have naturally about specific topics. You are all here because you are interested in what Kohila has to say, what this people in the summit have to say, returning to the roots of who we are and where we are. And so your intrinsic motivation brought you here. There are also ways to support and facilitate intrinsic motivation in others. And so that's why we're going to talk about competence, autonomy, and relatedness. Environmental ways that we can support intrinsic motivation, not only in ourselves, but also in those around us. I think the secret to intrinsic motivation is you can't force it, right? Because that would be extrinsic. So you really have to facilitate it. And facilitation and that thought of facilitation is so important, right? Facilitation is different from teaching. When we're teaching someone, it's more direct instruction based. It's more one up, one down. When we're facilitating, that one up, one down evens out. It becomes equal. And so that's a different form of learning. So intrinsic motivation really does create a different environment for learning. Instead of learning because they have to, kids learn because they want to. And that is the secret to education. That is the secret to life. That is the secret to what you all are doing. So when we talk about intrinsic motivation, again, I want to give proper credit to the founders of these theories, of self-determination theory, of cognitive evaluation theory. It was really Edward Dietschy and Richard Ryan of the University of Rochester in 1985 that really talked about self-determination theory and defined intrinsic motivation for us, that natural human propensity to assimilate, to integrate knowledge. It's characterized by by curiosity. It's characterized by interest, right? And it really is about active and willing integration of knowledge. So just thinking about that and thinking about that perspective. And thank you, Lori. Yes, facilitation versus teaching are very, very different. And we really do want to lean toward, right? The best teachers will always lean toward facilitation. They're not the givers of information, right? They're the assimilators. And really, really, it's the student who's at the center of that. When we talk about facilitation of intrinsic motivation, the first thing we want to think about is competence and what that means. So, competence and a sense of competence comes from success experiences with an activity, positive feelings about an activity, right? And that fosters feelings of intrinsic motivation. So, when students love something, when they feel strong in something, when you scaffold different things to allow students to feel a sense of mastery about something, that's where students really learn to gain competence. We see this very easily and very naturally in young children, right? When they create the puzzle and they get all the pieces, or when they're playing with a Rubik's cube and they get it, or when they are building something and they build it tall, 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 you can see that joy. Right. And that's what we want to bring to not only young children, but also to our older children, to our teens. We want them to light up with joy when they are successful, when they feel competence in themselves. A lot of times we talk about video games, right? And thinking about video games and learning. But I will tell you, right? Kids feel really good when they level up in a video game. That means they've been through optimal challenge, they've leveled up, and that really helps for feelings of success. So I want you to think about the different ways that you can integrate competence and that you can facilitate competence in your teaching, in your parenting, and in your life. So it is all about a focus on talents and interests and strengths. And more time exploring these interests equals greater competency in these areas, right? We see kids in schools, but also in their after school activities, right? When they love something, they do it, they practice it, they know they're good at it. And we want to bring this same thing to learning. And you're right, Kim, like there's a lot of students in schools today that are not having these success experiences, but we can bring them in, right? We can create an environment where competence is key and to bring them in and have those successful experiences. I'm a teacher educator. I teach teachers in New York City. And one of the things I always talk to them about is really, really identifying and seeing their students' strengths and competences, as well as their competence in themselves. Yes, yes, more joy and more competence. The second part of this theory, the second part of the way to facilitate intrinsic motivation is to really provide a sense of autonomy in individuals, right? And so in order for intrinsic motivation to flourish, says Dichi and Ryan, a sense of competence must also be accompanied by a sense of autonomy. So this is when individuals and students are given a sense of choice, an acknowledgement of feelings, or an opportunity for self-direction, right? All of these things boost up students' autonomy. Listen, if I could do this myself once, I could do it myself again and again. And so this looks like time to pursue interests, freedom, independence, the best ever Saturday, right? Every single student needs to feel like they have autonomy over their time, that they have choice in what they do. If you are a teacher and you're thinking of ways to bring this into the classroom, it's about maybe like starting small, giving a student a worksheet of 15 problems and having them choose 5, or giving them choice of what tool they want to use to solve the problem. Do you want to solve it with a calculator? Do you want to solve it without a calculator? Do you want to solve it in all sorts of ways? So if you're not used to this, if you're not used to bringing autonomy into learning, you want to think about the small all ways that you can do it. Choice text, choice books, how students use their time, choice problems, things like that. So yes, so many students benefit from having autonomy. They need more opportunities for it. And I will say there are, times in school where they can have freedom and choice. And so we do really, really want to give them that choice, as many choices as they can possibly have. Because think about it, these people grow into adults that have all the choices and decisions in the world. And so the way that we really educate kids on how to make decisions and how to make choices is to give them that sort of autonomy throughout their childhood, right? And not just when they turn 18 or when they turn 21. I love, love, love these comments. Yes, choice is huge. And yes, if you are the teacher that incorporates opportunities for autonomy, oh, I celebrate you. That's incredible, incredible. And yes, it also respects inclusion for all learning styles. I'm a huge believer in universal design for learning, which also talks about autonomy and choice. I love that, Marie Claude, as a special educator. That's really important to me. So when we think about kids, right, we know that kids that delve deeper in subject matter that interests them, that have control over their time and their time learning, are the kids that really do and are able to bring the real world to them, right? They participate in the real world. They learn all sorts of real life skills. They can converse with people of all ages. These are the types of kids we want to bring into this world. I will also say, as parents and teachers, one of the best ways that you can provide a sense of autonomy for students is to provide what's termed autonomy support, right? Again, this is Edward Dici, Richard Ryan. Autonomy support is so important. It is supporting people's freedom of choice, supporting individual decisions, using non-controlling language, and unconditionally accepting one's intrinsic motivations. Yeah, I love it's so true. When you give kids choices in the little things, they will accept choices more easy when they get older and in the bigger things. Beautiful, beautiful comment. Oh, I love, yes, special education is my whole heart, and I really do love to see kids flourish. The last part of this is really relatedness and thinking about our relationship with our children, our relationship with ourselves. And this relatedness is not just for infants, toddlers, and children, it's really for life. Um, and then, there is this relationship, and I want to talk about this just for 30 seconds about the link from relatedness to cultural transmission. Cultural transmission is such an important part of what we do. It's sharing knowledge from one generation to another. This knowledge is born of attachment, it's intrinsically motivated, it's imparted through various forms of intelligence, and it's so important to what we're talking about today. Lastly, I just want to talk about, the way intrinsically motivated self-directed learning is the way to live in a positive and healthy way. I love the quote by Neil that says, "My own criterion of success is the ability to work joyfully and live positively." So thank you. I hope you all work in joy. I hope you all work in love, and always feel free to connect with me. And Kohila, if we have time for questions, that's great.
Oh, yeah, we have lots of time. We have some questions that's going to come through the chat. But thank you for the presentation. You always make it so beautiful. I just
Thank
want
you.
to flow and get a lot of intrinsic motivation. Love it,
That's
love it,
right.
love
Thank you so
it.
much. Thank you
Love
so
it, love it. But tell us, in this world right now, it's so busy, we're so distracted, we're so disconnected. How do I find intrinsic motivation? Because I'm so distracted.
Yeah. I think it's really, it's as adults, it might be a little different than kids, right? Kids really need that sense of competence. They need autonomy. They need relatedness. As adults, hopefully we have that or we've gotten that. And if not, we work on that too. I think grounding is really important. You can do this in the morning, first thing when you wake up, right? Just grounding yourself in the, the joy and the curiosity and the intrinsic motivations that you have in your own heart. Giving yourself, right, that autonomy to choose how your day looks like, maybe going over your schedule for the day. Some of the things are dictated to us. We all have to go to work, we might have to attend meetings, but really centering that joy and that sense of competence and autonomy, and also knowing that we're loved, right? And we're loved just universally, is very, very helpful.
Yeah. Mary Cloud says, she says, love your voice. So soothing, I think. Isn't it
Oh, you're
soothing?
so sweet. Thank you. And yes, Lori, I'm looking at the questions. Yes, I can talk a lot about relatedness. It's the most important. It brings everything together, right? When we talk about relationship, it's really thinking about one person, right? One person that loves and supports and accepts you no matter what. And that means accepts your interests, accepts your strengths, even if they're different, right, from what you as a person would want. So, for example, right, like a lot of parents are like, oh, I wish my child would do this, this, or this. And really, we really have to embrace what our kids really want to do, even if they're things that we might not choose. And that's easier said than done. And I agree with Catherine that relationship building is key. It allows for connection. It gives students the safety to take risks. Yes, in terms of Kim, in terms of parents facilitating this in their children who attend public school, take the time that you do have. So Saturday, plan the day with your kids. Have your kids maybe take control of one Saturday a month where they get to do whatever they really want. I've always said that you can really focus on intrinsic motivation at any time during the day. So if you have other things to do like school or work during the 9 to 3 or 9 to 5 times of the day, like really take that autonomy and leave it to your evenings or leave it to your Saturdays. But really having kids make choices about how they spend time during the day is really, really helpful. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Misty. That's so sweet.
Yes, they're loving your voice. I love her
I
voice
love
too.
it. That's so sweet. And ideas, intrinsic drive for kids. Yeah, I mean, it's really, if you come in the morning and really think about competence, autonomy, and relatedness, and really have that be your center. So, Marie Claude, I think all the time of the ways I can intrinsically motivate students who might be, right, like very resistant. And the one way I do it is just to love on them and tell them all the things that they're doing amazing, right? So, the little things that we don't think about, like, oh my gosh, like your handwriting has improved so much, or oh my gosh, you're getting so good at like numbers and number sense. Just those little things that we don't normally tell our kids, right? I think it's super important to share. Oh my gosh, that shirt looks so nice on you. And people will say that's extrinsic, but it's really giving positive affirmation, right? You're just giving people positivity to bring through their day. But it really is about that focus on competence and autonomy and relatedness.
Yeah, absolutely. What about intrinsic motivation? Does it bring flow to be
Ah,
in flow?
yeah, I love that you mentioned that, right? Because that's the best part of intrinsic motivation. When we are intrinsically motivated, we kind of automatically end up in a state of flow, right? Time passes and we are just doing the thing. We are not thinking about anything else. We're not focusing on anything else. We're not looking at our phones. It's the same thing. I feel it within this talk, right? For the past 20 minutes, we have just been centered on return to the roots in this global summit. We are not really doing other things. We are centering ourselves. And it's that sort of like intrinsic motivation to flow that you really want to like catch and capture. It's like when you watch kids play and they're just like in the zone, it's my favorite thing in the world. And it's the same thing with adults, right? When you're in the zone, it's my
Mm.
favorite thing in the world. It just feels so good.
What about all the labels? We have so many labels now, right? For everything, we have a label for kids like autism, ADHD. How would you say to a parent who have a child like that? How do they bring in the intrinsic motivation? Sometimes it's a lot of behaviors they're always dealing with, right? So
Yeah. As a psychologist and a special educator, I will say that sometimes labels and classifications and diagnoses are helpful, just like they are in the medical field, right? They're helpful for just knowing what's going on, but they don't define us ever. And so, in thinking about all the different, again, I'm a special educator and a psychologist, and thinking about all the different classifications and diagnoses, right? These are things that help us know more about ourselves and about our kids, but they don't define us. We are all unique people with our strengths and our weaknesses. And it just really helps us shape who we are. It's so funny. I was talking to someone this morning and I said, oh gosh, I probably have undiagnosed, and I don't say this lightly, OCD. I like a very clean space. I just moved offices and I felt so disorganized when I didn't have that space and that organization that I so work with, right? And work within and work best in. And that's important, right? To figure out the ways that kids work best.
But
Yeah,
can I ask you a question before you go there? Is
sure.
it true, like we all can have some, because it's like a spectrum, right? Like I can call myself OCD because I get upset sometimes when things are not like I can get frustrated, and
Yeah.
other times I could be fixated on things and I want to just do that and nothing but that. And so we all have a little bit of ADHD, some like showing up, right? So it's just that when it doesn't allow me to do what I need to do and keeps me hostage is when it becomes a real problem. So we can say that, right, safely. Like I experienced those things because one time I said to someone and they were not happy with me. They're like, you don't understand what I live with. But I said, I do though. I'm very compassionate with people. I've worked with many people like that too. But is it true though? We are like,
I think we have to be careful, right? I think you notice I'll say like I probably have undiagnosed, right?
yeah.
Because I don't have the experience of having a diagnosis of ADHD. I probably have other things, right? I definitely have like a diagnosis of, all
Mm.
anxiety or something else, but I haven't experienced having ADHD that's more severe on the spectrum. But again, you'll notice I'm careful with my wording and that I'll say I probably have some undiagnosed, right, OCD because I love order. I definitely am a neurodiverse individual, right? I can claim that for myself. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, I think we have to be careful with language and ultra sensitive, but I also think we can say what we think we are safely, right? I
Yeah,
think
if it's
really,
a spectrum, then the
yeah,
only thing you have to do is when you learn strategies and tips and techniques that works for you, then you can move on that spectrum to
that's right.
closer and closer to where you can function, right? Because the
Yeah.
function is what gets lost, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at Marie Claude and I love her, right? Like it might very, very much negatively impact someone's life. And so we want to be super empathetic and sensitive to that as well. And thinking about that, right? So, yes,
Mm.
language is really, really important. Correct language is really, really important. And yes, classifications can help for sure. And I'm looking at the comment as long as they don't box and limit your view of the child. I love that.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Allison, I think, did you have a question, Allison? Yeah,
yes,
do you?
Allison, such a great question. Thank you, Allison. Yeah, so I always tell my teachers, my new teachers are really concerned about this, right? They're concerned about they're bound by strict curriculum of requirements. And I think that when you are bound by strict curriculum requirements, there is always space in the day where you can bring in some of this, right? So you might have to follow an exact lesson plan, but there's always spaces in the day. If you intentionally think competence, autonomy, relatedness, think about in your lesson plan where you can bring in competence building activities. Think about where you can bring in a little bit of choice, right? No one's ever going to say they have to answer 15 questions. If they answer 10, that's great. Here's the worksheet with 15, answer 10, right? So you just bring in these things very, very little at a time until you feel really comfortable with them and then they sort of come naturally.
Yes, that's a retraining, right? Our mind, like we just the curriculum basis, but the curriculum can deliver way faster when you have someone who's intrinsically motivated,
Yes.
to
Yeah.
hungry to learn, right? It's so much easier.
Yes.
But I can't let you go until we talk about unschooling because there's so much now about world travel the world and school your kid, micro school, all these alternative schools since COVID, right? But you were almost the first person in unschooling your son, right? Like those days, right? So can you share
Yeah.
your experience?
Sure. So, I unschooled my son, which is homeschooling without a curriculum. His first day of school was his first day of college. I write about it a ton. So if you get my book, Unschooling, Exploring Learning Beyond the Classroom, or listen to a podcast or like Kohila Summit, I've talked about it before. It was an incredible experience for my child. There's so many educational choices, and I support all of them and love all of them. Again, I'm a teacher of public school teachers, right? I direct a program that trains public school teachers, and I love my public school teachers. And I also have both personal and research experience in unschooling. So I think unschooling is has been such a gift to me and my family and my son in particular. He's a grown adult. He's a editor at a major publishing company now, and he also runs his own music education business. He's 30 years old. My gosh, he's like a full grown adult. But I think the gift there was really like he knows intrinsic motivation deeply. He knows what flow feels like deeply, right? His passions and his love of life is so evident in what he does every day. And I think that's just what happens when you focus on intrinsic motivation. And yes, unschooling is an example of an educational environment where intrinsic motivation is centered, which is so important. And again, we can do that in any school. We can do that anywhere. It might just look differently.
But it's very scary though. You take your child out and you let them do nothing.
It's yeah, well, it's brave, right? It's brave, and what you're doing is you're not letting them do nothing. They are really taking autonomy and freedom, and they are providing most unschoolers are not sitting at home. They are providing a schedule for themselves that works for them. So I think we have to transform, just like there are stereotypes about, we've talked about stigma in terms of classification and diagnosis. There's also a stereotype and stigma that this is what homeschooling looks like, or this is what unschooling looks like, or this is what public schooling looks like, or this is what private or charter schooling looks like. And I will say we just have to be super careful about the way we define things, right? So that they don't become stigmas for others.
Because it's very scary for parents, right, to take just even use the word unschooling, because then people judge you, right? Talk like, how was it for you when that was new to the world when you were doing it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've written about the criticisms we had gotten while unschooling, and I think that post COVID, we're super lucky. Homeschooling and unschooling is definitely more accepted.
Yeah.
Um, but yes, trying unschooling after a typical school day is tiring. But you can do it. I mean, you shape right. You do it for an hour. See how it feels to unschool for an hour. See how it feels to unschool for an afternoon. It is different. So yes, I think you get criticism for anytime you choose something that is different from the majority. There are some criticisms, and so you just have to really take them. You take them, you listen, you see what you get out of it, and you just do what works for yourself and your family. I think that's the most important thing, that all of you are working from a place of authenticity in your parenting, in your education, in what you do every day. I think, Ohila, you model that so well, right? That authenticity in being that authentic person and really knowing yourself and what you love and how to spread that around.
Thank you. Lori has something to say. I'm trying to help my son find his motivation.
Yes, yeah. I addressed, right. It's hard after a typical school day, and I think it's just like an hour or an afternoon. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's where facilitation comes in, right? Facilitation is really freeing to kids who maybe don't want to like respond to a teacher or one that's direct instruction or guiding them. I was probably that kind of kid, right? Which is probably why I was a challenging kid, right? If someone told me what to do, I was less willing to do it. But if someone did something with me, I was probably more willing to do it. And so thinking about that, but I totally get that, Mary Claude. Oh, thank you, Lori. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I mean, I think that
Unschooling, Exploring Learning Beyond the Classroom is a more academic book, whereas the Homeschooling Starter Guide is more accessible and really great for beginner homeschoolers. And then The Joy of Self-Directed Learning is a really good book thinking about different learning models. I also have another book coming out any second now
Hmm,
about ungrading and
nice.
thinking about ways it can be used within the classroom.
So ungrading means no more checking for performance. Like I don't have
So
to get A's. I don't have to get A's.
no, yeah, right. So checking for performance in a different way, right? Not so much focusing on the A or a scale, but a more qualitative check on feedback and reflection.
Love it. Love it. It's so
Yeah,
hard with the grades because you don't get to show all your other abilities, right?
that's
So
exactly right.
yes, I love it.
Yes.
When is it coming out? When is it coming
So
out?
we are finalizing our copy with the editor, and once we
Nice.
finalize it, I expect it to come out within a week or two. So exciting about ungrading. Yeah, I'm so
Perfect.
excited about it.
We
And if you
have a journal. We have a journal, Gina, and I put some places where they can write some notes. If you were to leave with them to have something to have in their mind that's profound, what would it be? What do you want them to have it on those lines?
Yeah, I think just really thinking about today what intrinsic motivation means to you, how to live your life with joy and purpose, and then also just walking in every day and, thinking about competence and autonomy and relatedness and what that means in your lives, whether you are parents or teachers or part of a family. I think that's the most important thing you could take away from today.
Beautiful. And on that page, you will see a barcode that I created for Gina for her website, as well as her contact on Instagram. And I think you gave me your Facebook or LinkedIn. I don't know. LinkedIn, maybe. Yes,
probably
LinkedIn.
yeah,
LinkedIn.
probably
So
Facebook.
those are on the same page. So she's coming out with a book. So make sure to scan that and connect with her. And all those books you mentioned are on Amazon, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yes, under your name, so you can also find it because she's an amazing, amazing person, an amazing mom, and I love talking to her because this intrinsic motivation is everything to flow. Because I am about blocks to flow, so I just feel that that is the prerequisites to everything. Without that, there's no flow. You
100.
struggle,
Yeah.
and there's few people saying something to you as well.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. You've been such a lovely and kind audience. Oh, incredible. Yes. The ungrading book is along with Carlo Ricci. He teaches for Nipissing University, I believe, in Canada. So thank you. Thanks so much. I am so excited to interact
Thank
with
you.
you all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and we'll see you again because we
You
love your work. Thank you. Have a
so
blessed day.
much. Take care. You
Thank
too.
you.
Have a beautiful summit.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll be back with our next guest. Our next guest is here. She's waiting, and that is Kristen. So, how was that, everybody? You guys asked lots of questions. Thank you. Thank you, audience. Lori, Molly, MC, nice. Thank you for being here and making this so interactive. Amazing. So, Kristen is going to talk about the cost of not being heard, reclaiming voice in a loud world. Welcome, Kristen. Nice to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Yes, perfect. So I do have a presentation to introduce Kristen. So Kristen stands for helping children and parents reclaim the voice they thought they lost without. I'm not sure what she's going to share with us. So we're going to wait and find out. She believes quiet isn't weakness. So Kristen, are you going to tell us what is it? Quiet isn't weakness. So what is it? We'll find out. She is committed to guiding families to replace silence with, I don't know, yet. Silence doesn't mean a child has nothing to say. Today she is here to show us that when we do something, something happens. So I am so excited to hear your talk, Kristen. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
You. Here's her title. Awesome. It's all yours.
Well, I want to just start by saying thank you again. I'm going to be sharing a personal story in a little bit, but I just wanted to talk about how our world is loud. It's flooded with so many opinions, advice, and noise. Much of it can be uninvited. Often it can conflict. How many of you have been told one thing and then advised to do the exact opposite from someone else? Raise your hand if you had, or if you're in the chat, maybe you can respond, because I know I have. The information we can access is pouring out from every device and platform. We could truly be well informed, but instead we often feel overwhelmed and confused. And so many of us cannot hear our own voice. It's like we're invisible. But I am not here to teach you about your lost voice. I'm here to share with you what I've lived, seen, and reclaimed. Let me share the story of my silence. I was the student who sat in class quietly, a rule follower, but the moment I made eye contact with my teacher, I would quickly look away. I observed from a pretty early age that making eye contact with somebody is not something you do. I often watched my mother sit in silence, and she was often physically absent and even more emotionally absent. So my thoughts, I just learned to keep in my head. And they were often circling without a clear way to make sense of it or process it. The school told me that I was well behaved, but strangely, my presence was not rewarded. It was my silence. And when silence is rewarded, my voice becomes unsafe. So, do you know who I relied on? The students who spoke up all the time, the students who appeared to be born with an unshakable voice. Sometimes, if there was enough silence before anyone wanted to answer, I would slowly raise my hand, but then I would tell myself, I can't, not me. My hesitation always allowed others to speak before me. My participation efforts were fewer and further apart. Not because I didn't know the answer, but because every time I did, I felt smaller. In a world flooded with opinions, advice, and authority, I learned to disappear beneath the noise. Not because I didn't have thoughts, but because the system didn't know how to listen. In the past, my voice was powerless. But why? When did I start making this association? Who created this story? Why am I reinforcing this label? I want you to realize this feeling was actually a misunderstanding. When I watched my mom sit silently, it became my norm. There was no outlet to my thoughts. I created patterns on how thoughts should be kept to yourself. I told myself that I am a quiet person. I convinced myself that being loud was unacceptable. Sadly, I would believe my voice is not important. If your child or your inner child stopped speaking up, ask, did they lose their confidence? Or did they lose their safety? But I am here to tell you out loud, silence was never my protection. It was all a misperception, guided by faulty training. With forgiveness and acceptance, I have gained awareness. I can tell you that by reframing my thoughts with compassion and understanding, I understand I hold the power to my voice. And all of you hold the power to your voice. We can't just think our way out of silence, but we can retrain our brain to feel safe speaking. That's what I do now as a holistic neurogrowth learning success coach. We have helped thousands of students reframe their thoughts. As a neurogrowth holistic learning success coach with training in the Blocks to Flow method, we use the Talk to Your Brain method to retrain our brain. Did you know that we have about 6,000 to 70,000 thoughts a day? I know it's a lot. I did not realize it was that much. Did you also know that 80% of our thoughts are negative? I did not expect it to be that high. So it is not surprising that most people have a fixed mindset rather than a growth mindset. And many people do not understand how to be accountable for their own thoughts. When I realized my voice made me feel negative, tired, and drained, it was no longer serving me. It did not feel safe. We are all capable of shifting our thoughts from being a victim to them to being responsible for them. When we take control of our thoughts, we open the doorway to curiosity. Our voice is more than sound. It is how we tell ourselves we are safe. It is how we identify ourselves. Our voices are rooted in safety. Our voices are grounded in our identity. So, to feel safe, your identity should not be defined by your emotions, your roles, nor your career. Because it's common to say things about how you are your emotions, like, I'm feeling frustrated, or I am sad, or claiming your life is defined by a job or a role, such as, I'm the only one who can take care of my child. Know that your voice is encompassed by your values and your energy. Your voice is not a megaphone, it's your compass. And when you lose it, you lose direction. So I want to offer you some small but powerful practices to create space for your voice. So with honesty and kindness, no judgment, I want us to take a moment to bring awareness inward to your breath. So bring one hand to your heart, one hand to your gut. If you can, close your eyes and turn your gaze downward. And let's take a deep breath in for a count of 4. And hold for 2. And exhale for 8. It's okay if you couldn't reach the count. Let's practice again. It's all about practicing. So again, count. Let's inhale for a count of 4. Nice deep inhale. Hold for 2. Let everything out with 8. All right, one more time. I want you to feel your belly expand as you inhale for 4. Hold. And if you can, let out as you exhale. So with your breath regulated and all that oxygen flowing to all your main organs, I want you to turn your awareness to your mind and your heart. And I want to give you some space to reflect on your voice. So if you can get a piece of paper and something to write with. And as you're writing, let whatever words come down on the paper, let them flow. Where did you learn to shrink your voice? And what might shift if you saw your voice not as volume, but as value? When you find yourself trying to define who you are or what to say, you can ask these 3 powerful questions. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? And there are no right or wrong answers. These questions are simply a way to bring the unconscious to conscious, a way to meet yourself with compassion, a way to hear your voice before the world rushes in. If your child stops speaking up, maybe they did not lose their confidence. Maybe they lost their safety. With the many children and teens I have worked with, they become quiet because they're thinking others are thinking negatively towards them. It could have been that laughter under someone's breath. It could have been that stare that was 1 second too long. A look in their direction and then a whisper into a classmate's ear. With those kinds of moments, it turns into these negative stories. And thoughts like this, such as you're asking too many questions, can start floating around. That is a stupid question. You're supposed to know that. Asking a question when those thoughts are circulating in your head will leave your child feeling exposed and defenseless. What if your quiet isn't your weakness, but it's your nervous system trying to protect your truth? A misunderstanding that silence is your self-preservation. What would shift if we saw voice as sacred, not optional? For too long, we have let others overtake the one that matters, your voice. You are made of your mind, heart, and soul, not others, not the critics, not the systems, or the old stories. Only you can speak your truth. With gentle sincerity, you are allowed to question the beliefs you were taught, the learned patterns, the passed on beliefs. You are allowed to unlearn what made you feel small. You are allowed to rewrite the rules. It's all within your power to rewire your thoughts to the ones that hold your truth, the ones that give you power, thoughts that make space for your voice, thoughts that restore your power. Because your voice is not too much. It's not too quiet. It's not too late. What I know is this: voice is not just something we use, it's something we reclaim. And I wanted to share an offer with everyone.
I love that. I love that. Say that again. I love it. Say that
Voice
message.
is, sure. Voice is not just something we use, it's something we reclaim.
Beautiful. Because it means so much to me, because I also muted myself when I was young. So yeah, muting is the way of protecting yourself when you, everything you said just related, and sometimes you don't even have to mute it. You just stay silent and, right? It's not even that extreme. But you have lots of questions here, but go ahead and tell us what you have for us first.
Yes, I wanted to offer the first 3 people to email me the 5-day rhythm to roots. And yep, so my email, I think it should be being displayed on the screen somewhere. Yep.
Yeah. And also in the journal, if you go to where Kristen's talk is, you can see a QR code and also her links to connect with her. So that's how also you can access this or email her here as well. But we will provide you all of that on the journal that we provided, or you can also sign up for our magazine, and she has an article there related to this. So Kristen, let's go through some of these things that people are saying, because we got lots going on here on the chat. We need to address some of this. So there was a question. They loved when you said this, the voice. Can you see the chat coming up? I'm displaying.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
I'm going to put there so you can look at it.
I can see it now. Yep.
It's true. It's kind. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Very powerful. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Lost their safety. There was a question I wanted to ask. Who asked a question? I saw it and I'm. Oh, here it is. I got it. Tony asked a question. What strategies do you have for taking control of your thoughts?
What strategies do I have personally to take control of my thoughts?
Or as a coach, what do you provide? How do you help?
Well, I think one of the first things that I start to do as I'm coaching my students is to ask why. Sometimes with younger kids, it's more helpful to not have such these really big, deep thinking questions, but more of a sensory way to look at it, depending on the age. But helping them understand why they're having this thought and digging a little bit deeper. And I honestly think those 3 questions I talked about earlier are really a good starting point to help dig deeper. Like, is it true? Is it kind? And is it helpful? Because sometimes our thoughts are just, like I shared that stat. We just have so many thoughts and they're popping through our head. We think these thoughts and we automatically can think they're true, but it's when you reframe it too and you try and say to somebody else, you're like, well, that's not really true. How can that happen? Or the odds of something like that happening are not really possible. So answering that question, is it true? And also, our thoughts, like I mentioned, can be so negative. And are we really saying something kind to ourselves? And reframing it into a way where we're asking, is this something I just need to work on? And how can I help myself grow and be better from it rather than criticize and compare myself?
Absolutely. I think all of what you just shared is, if we wrap it up, it's awareness. First step is to bring awareness to our thoughts. And that you just said 80% of the thoughts are negative. Even that, just knowing that my thoughts are negative most of the time. So there's work to be done, right? So even bringing that. And then another exercise you just asked us to do was very good too, which is to write it down. You can ask kids to write it down. What are the thoughts that are coming up? Because sometimes we can't explain it, right? So that's another technique that you showed us today. It was very beautiful. There's another question here from Misty. How do you guide someone that is in silence?
How do I guide someone that is in silence? I think connection is really important, because you can't just ask somebody right away, like, why are you quiet? They're not going to open up to you.
No, talk
for me right now. So you have to connect with them in a way that helps them feel comfortable, and then that way they can open up. So maybe just whatever the issue is, put that aside and just get to know them as a person, figure out something that maybe you can be very observant of, even what they're wearing or maybe what they're holding or doing, finding a way to connect with them in that way, and just having a conversation about that so you can be relaxed and letting them share what they feel comfortable sharing first, and then slowly building in some questions that are centered around being curious about what it is they're shutting down about. Because again, it's their nervous system trying to protect them, and we just want to make them feel safe.
Yeah, perfect. Curious and safety. Safety first. They have to feel safe in order to open up. Here's another question from Catherine. As a teacher, how can I provide safety so that students can speak and participate in class? Because they don't like being called on.
Right.
Remember,
Yeah.
I was like, when teacher starts looking around, I'm like, oh, I'm so busy. I'm picking up pencils and moving things around because I'm so busy.
Yeah. I would bend over and look in my backpack.
I go down right away.
You can't even see me.
Yeah.
So you need to, again, create a way to help them feel safe. And maybe it's not going to be a way that where you traditionally want a student to speak up. Like speaking in front of 30 students in the classroom, that's a lot of pressure. So giving them options to share their voice in a different way, whether it is to write it, on a whiteboard or turn it in on a slip of paper, or having them come to you before class. Maybe you can give them an opportunity to share beforehand and ask them if you can share on their behalf.
Here's another question. How do we get someone who's lost their voice when they were a teen to speak up because of them being a new student at a new place or a new school or a new country, which was myself?
So if they're in a new environment, I think it would be really important to think about, again, what will help them feel safe. So if they're from a different town or different country, so it might be a cultural aspect. If it's from a different country, maybe you can learn how to say hello in their new language, or if it's in different town, just asking them about what went on in their school that helped them feel connected to their teachers and classmates. And I think it would be important to try and find the time to do that one-on-one so that you can help them feel safe and not help, be exposed in front of everyone and feel vulnerable and unsafe.
Yeah. I think for me, what would have helped at that time was my parents talking to me that it's okay, you don't know the language. Like there was no, like they also were struggling, right? We all moved, right, to a new place. So when we are all going through the same thing, they don't think about sharing that with us. Like if you could share that, I understand, like, how you're feeling at school, like just saying that, just that one sentence would have made me feel like, oh, okay, what I'm feeling is okay. I felt like what I'm feeling and what I was put into like a show. Like, if you were in a show and you never prepared and you're supposed to speak, you're just going to get scared. So I was scared. It was more scared than anything. So if somebody could have eliminated me feeling scared, by saying it's okay, you should feel scared because you're in a new place, you don't know the
Yeah.
language, so it will take time, and the language is not something you learn over a day or two, it's going to take years. Like I just needed some, like those kind of facts. They are facts, right? They're not emotional. So if I could hear that, then I'm go, okay, I just had to work at this. Instead I had to perfect it the next month or something, right? So it's those unknowns. As a child, we then create stories, and then we make more stories to validate that story, and now we're in a pool of 80% negative thoughts.
Yes.
Right?
So validating their feelings, that's really
Yeah.
important.
Yes.
And
Any other questions for Kristen? Great questions. And there is another one. Sometimes getting to know families help because then you will see how they interact as family. Oh yeah, as a teacher, right? If you get to know the family, then you can, right, Kristen?
yeah.
Yeah.
Getting to know the families, that's important too, and interacting with them.
Yeah, as a teacher. And even teachers, like for me, as you know, what I related to your story, Kristen, today was that the more quiet you go, like what happened to me was that people thought I was performing. She's a great student, she's always quiet, she's always, on her own. Like we just kind of get forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
We just become a table and a desk. The body
Yes.
doesn't exist there anymore because we're so quiet. We're not the problem makers, right? So those quiet ones are also suffering
So
silently,
true.
not just the
Yep.
louder ones, right? Anything else? Anyone else? Awesome, Kristen. So Kristen's information is in the journal. You can connect with her and claim her free gift. She's amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your story with us. It's not
Thank you
easy.
so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. I'll be right back with our next guest. So our next guest is here. She is going to be Allison. Allison, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice to have you on our summit. You are going to talk about labels. Don't lie. Are you really telling us the truth? They don't lie?
They don't. Labels can be difficult.
Finding the child beneath the diagnosis. I love it. I love this topic. But I want to take you through your life and show our audience a little bit about you. So she stands for seeing beyond the diagnosis. So every child is known for, she's going to share with us what that is in her presentation. She believes labels can inform support, but must never do something. She is committed to giving parents language and tools that remove something. So better listen. She's going to give you guys tools and committed to giving you language and tools, not strategies, language and tools. And she is here to help families shift from seeing what's wrong, because that's what happens, right? When our kids, we just start asking what's wrong, the milestones miss, what's wrong, to something. She never told me what it is, but she's here to tell us. Thank you, Allison. Welcome.
Thank you for that great introduction. So, as Kohila mentioned, I want to talk a little bit about distortion. So, my talk is called The Labels Lied. So, my goal here is to help liberate you from deficit based identity traps. So, we tend to use these labels to change what we're seeing in our children, and that's what I want to stop. So, let's take a moment and think for a minute about a child that we know, whether it be our own child or a child in a classroom that we've had, or even a friend's child that you know has one of these labels. And just think about maybe what you know about them. And a lot of times, what's going to come to mind is that label. Many parents carry this unspoken belief that the label creates the identity. Many parents go into searching for a label with the idea that if they just get the right diagnosis, that they'll finally know what to do. They'll finally know how to handle this child. They'll finally know the next steps. But then comes the diagnosis. Maybe it's ADHD, anxiety, depression, dyslexia. The list of the diagnoses keep growing. But the truth is, a lot of times parents walk away from that meeting, that appointment, getting that diagnosis without the relief they thought would come with it. Instead, they're left asking, what does this mean? What do I do with this information? What happens now? And maybe even, who is my child now? But what I want you to know is nothing changed. That same child that went into that appointment with you, that same child that didn't have the label or the diagnosis before, is the exact same child that has the diagnosis now. They're still that same incredible, complex, beautiful human that they were before this label was handed to you. And I get it, I've been there. But that belief that a diagnosis will give you all of the answers can actually become a part of the trap. And this is where distortion sneaks in. That diagnosis begins to distort what we see in the child in front of us. So think back to that moment that you first heard your child's diagnosis, if you have been in that situation. Where were you? Who was in the room? What was the first thing you felt? Was it fear, confusion, relief? And now ask yourself, has that label brought any more clarity or any more questions? Probably more questions than clarity. And I'd like to also point out that distortion doesn't just happen when a child takes on the identity of the label. It can come from the adults around them. So even well-meaning parents, teachers, or caregivers may start to change the way they treat, talk to, or what they expect from a child once they know about this diagnosis. I've seen it happen many times myself, and I'm here to help remind you that the labels can lie. So I would like to tell you about one of my students that I coach. We're going to call him M. He has bright eyes, he's funny, he has so much curiosity. And every time I would ask him to try something new or to do something out of his comfort zone, he would say, I can't, I have ADHD. Or I just am this way because I have ADHD. And it stopped me in my tracks, because what I was hearing wasn't just him explaining his behavior, it was him internalizing his label. He believed that his diagnosis wasn't just a part of him, it was all of him. And this is what happens when distortion takes over. The child becomes the label. Their strengths, their creativity, their humor, everything else gets buried beneath a checklist of symptoms. And M is not the only child that I've heard this from. I've heard it from similar students across all ages, especially when I was teaching. Kids that feel limited by a label, and they start to build these strong limiting beliefs about themselves at such a young age. And in today's fast-paced, mass consumption world, where kids are reduced to grades, test scores, and quick labels, sadly, our children are learning to know that their diagnosis is who they are, or they're beginning to think that their diagnosis is who they are. And they're learning their diagnosis just as well as they know their own name. So most of the students that I've worked with who have a diagnosis can tell you every detail about their label, but not so much about what they're proud of or what makes them who they are. And that right there is distortion. Once I realized that M, my coaching student, wasn't just repeating his diagnosis, that he had actually absorbed it, I realized that he needed a new framework, a way to understand what was happening inside of him, and a way to just explain that these symptoms that he saw as deficits were all about different patterns that we could work with through regulation and ownership. So I made this great, we turned it into a game for him because he was a younger student. We came up with this great game called Brain Detectives, and it became a color-coded brain map. So we talked about his green brain being his rest and calm space where he's focused and connected, and his yellow brain was a warning zone where maybe he was a little triggered or uneasy. And his red was full fight or flight, reactive, overwhelmed. And then we added in an orange brain, and that was his impulsivity. That was that extra energy that was really unique to his ADHD. And adding in this orange was really key to this game that we played, because impulsivity for him was who he had become. And I wanted him to know it wasn't just about having ADHD, it was about choices, and it was about learning how his brain works. So when we talked about our brain states and something happening to him and shifting from different brain states, he suddenly had some more language to go with this and a little more ownership in his behavior. And what really changed about him was not just that he had this new language, but he started to act differently. He's an evidence-based kid, and he needed to understand why his brain did what it did and why it worked the way it did. And once he did, he realized that he wasn't broken, and he didn't have this debilitating situation that was hovering over him anymore. I taught him about his amygdala and his prefrontal cortex, and we talked about his nervous system, and he really began to internalize all of it, and he really took it to heart. And he stopped saying things like, I can't, I have ADHD. And he started actually using the words that we talked about. And he would say, I'm shifting into my orange brain right now. I need a rest, or I need to reset, or I need a break. He started taking ownership of the things that he knew would help shift his behavior. And that right there is self-awareness, and that is him moving out of distortion and into ownership. So it was so fulfilling to just see his identity restored and see him identifying with who he really is. And that is what we all do here as holistic neurogrowth success coaches. We guide children back to ownership of their inner systems instead of allowing them to be reduced by outer labels, because it's all about remembering who they are beneath the distortion. So I want you to take a minute and think about what this might look like with your own child or your students if you don't have a child in this situation, but maybe you have students that are. And think about what would happen if instead of asking them, why did you do that? Or why are you acting that way? You were able to pause, soften your voice, and simply ask them, what color do you think your brain is right now? That one question could change everything. It could move your child out of shame and into self-awareness. And it says, I see you. I'm here with you, and let's figure this out together, instead of shifting the blame to them that they've done something wrong. And it's not a perfect science. We're all human, but taking those few moments to just take a step back and help them be more self-aware can make all the difference in the world. So what I want you to remember, if you don't remember anything else, what I want you to take away is that you can honor and support the needs of your child and their label and their diagnosis while still honoring who they are. You don't need to let the diagnosis explain them anymore. You can let the diagnosis explain how your child moves through the world, but not who they are. So instead of focusing on a diagnosis, I would love for you to lean into what you already know to be true about your child. What if the real issue isn't a delay, but a disconnection in how they're seen and who they really are? What I know to be as an absolute truth is that there is no label, no matter how accurate or how helpful or how well-intentioned, that can truly contain a whole human. Distortion tries to reduce people to a set of symptoms, but we have the power to remember who these children are and who they have always been. You don't need anyone's permission to see what's always been there. Your child, in all of their fullness, all of their complexity, all of their brilliance, and all of their quirkiness, the label might describe one little part of them, but it does not define who they really are. And your job, just like my job as a coach, my job was as a teacher, my job as a mom, our job is never to fix the children. It's never to fix the person in front of us because they're not broken. Our job is to guide them, to see them, to remind them who they are and that they've been this person all along and that they've just been waiting to be seen. So before I move on to a few maybe reframing sentences that we can use and a few things that we can say instead of what we usually would have as a knee-jerk reaction, I'd love to hear how this has shown up for anyone. If you have a child with a label, I know it's more and more common, or maybe you have a label yourself. This is not just for children. We can very easily fall into these traps ourselves.
Here's a question.
Sure.
Tell us for yourself.
How can we rewire their ways on how they see themselves and how teachers and tutors see this child? So that is a very complex question because there's so many moving parts there, right? So we can rewire how they see themselves by just changing the way we approach things and the way that we talk to them. Maybe instead of saying, you have too much energy or you need to calm down, maybe saying, what are you feeling in your body right now? Do you need a quick reset? Do you need to get some energy out? And just reframing it as something that is just their normal, not something that's wrong with them. When it comes to teachers and tutors, that's where it's a completely different set because you don't have that complete control over how they're talking about or how they view your child. But really take advantage of any opportunity that you have to communicate with them the way that you see your child. Communicate with them that, yes, you may know your child has this label, but that is not who they are. And it is very easy to get very defensive when we talk about our own children. But when we are communicating with them, just coming at them with some compassion and understanding that they are dealing with a much bigger system at hand as well. The school system is full of students with labels and preconceived notions of many students that are coming their way just because of the labels. So just having that quick talk with them, like, yeah, my child has ADHD, and we're working on different ways that we can reframe that and help him control his impulses and ask for breaks. But I want you to also know this, and this about my child because that's who he really is at the core. Kim, how can we help shift the adults' perception? Same thing, particularly those in the school systems. And I think it's just constantly having those conversations, going to those meetings, going to those open houses, communicating in emails or whatever type of communication that your teachers use, is so important to just constantly have this type of language at the forefront of all of those conversations. Yes, Vanessa, so many things get missed. So many things get missed because these children, like children with ADHD, have so many amazing strengths that get missed because we're spending so much time trying to tell them to slow down, to calm down, to calm their bodies. They say kids with ADHD hear so many more negative redirections than your average child that can really put a damper on a lot of their creativity. So really remembering who they are at their core, and that the ADHD just helps to define some of their behaviors, or the anxiety just defines some of their behaviors, is really a huge, huge refocus.
Kristen has a question.
Helping parents become aware that labels are creating distortions. I think just coming at the parent with a question, tell me about your child. And if that's one of the first things that they tell you about their child, when you are kind of mirroring back to them what they've said, kind of mirror it with all of the great things that they told you about their child, and then add with, and I hear that your child has some behaviors that they're working with due to their insert label. And just reframing it to them as a way that actually all these other things you told me about your child are really who they are. I think it's a lot of our language that we can talk about. Instead of saying, maybe for an anxiety situation, instead of saying, they have anxiety, or if a child, you're hearing them say all the time, I can't, I have anxiety, help them reframe it, and give themselves some affirmations that are maybe like, my brain doesn't feel safe right now. I need to help it feel calmer. Or if a child is always saying that they're worried about something, you could help them reframe it by telling them that their brain just notices so many details, and it can be a strength, but it can be overwhelming. So let's work through those details. Children that have a diagnosis that actually impacts their performance in the classroom academically can be really hard too. I think of a child maybe with dyslexia, or a child that struggles with a learning disability. They might say, I'm dumb, I can't do that. Just reframe that you just learn in a different way. We just need to find out the way that your brain wants to know this information. And maybe, I know my son particularly has dyslexia, and we always told him, you can do everything that everyone else can. You might just have to work a little bit harder or a little bit differently to figure out how your brain wants to do it. And that always seemed like a much better way to reframe it for him. Because a lot of these kids will say, I'm just bad at school, or I'm just bad at making friends. And that can really just turn into a whole identity for them that will follow them because they're telling themselves these things. That's another thing that I teach all of my students, is that your brain is going to listen to whatever you tell it. So if you tell your brain you can't because you have ADHD, or you can't because you're bad at it, or you can't because you have anxiety, then you're right. You're not going to be able to do it. But if you say, oh, I didn't learn this in a way that made sense to me, can somebody explain it to me differently? That's a complete reframe, because it's not that they can't learn it, it just didn't make sense to them that way.
Annie has a comment.
I find myself using paddles with teachers to try to bring forward understanding and empathy. Yes, the empathy. Oh, absolutely. That tapping into that empathy and compassion, because teachers are teachers because they want to help kids. They love kids. They have the compassion and the empathy. But when you are in a system that is constantly label forward, it can really change the way you come at things. So if you approach them with that understanding and empathy and compassion reframe, that can make all of the difference in the world. And just kind of stepping back, reminding them, we're in this together. I want to help you understand my child. That can be just a huge shift in the right direction. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, and I think when it becomes a badge, because when I used to work with all the students, the first thing that'll come out is It's like a badge.
Yeah.
No, I have ADHD. I have autism, and they'll put it out at you as, don't pass that. There's a boundary here. I'm drawing it, and don't pass that. Don't even try helping me, because they've taken it as their identity, right? It's when that crosses into identity, that's where, as parents and coaches and teachers, everyone has to be careful about that label, right? When it crosses over. Do you notice that with your coaching students?
Absolutely. I can remember one conversation, I had with a student, and they were running all over the room, and they were playing around, and we did a calming activity. Just sometimes a quick breathing activity can help. And he said, "Well, I just do that because I have ADHD." And I said, "Guess what? So do I." And I'm not running around the room because I found different ways that will help me. And he was like, "There's no way you have ADHD. You're not running around the room." So we talked about how there's, different ways to handle different situations. And even just the simple fact that he doesn't run around the room in school, but he does at home, he was like, "Well, no, I don't at school because I have to be at my desk. But at home, I don't have to be at my desk. I have to be running around." Those were just stories that he told himself that he began to completely understand and completely believe to be his hard truth. So it was tough unlearning that and rewiring that for him, because kids are learning who they are every day. And when they have told themselves a story about who they are and they fully believe it, telling them that you can reshape these different things about you and about your behaviors, that can be tough for them when they've become to know it as truth, even if it's a part of them that's difficult. Our nervous system finds safety in what we already know.
Especially the stories that starts with "I have," "I should," right? Because we've already declaring it, right? Those words are so strong, and especially when you're
Absolutely.
young, right? It imprints and it wires it so strongly. So
It
it's
does. I tell all of my students, especially the younger ones, how lucky they are and fortunate they are to learn all of these things about themselves at a young age, because I know so many adults that still struggle with these identities that they have given themselves. We all do it, even if we don't have a label. We may say, like you and Gina were talking earlier about the different ways that we want things set up. And we may tell ourselves, "I need this, this, and this." And we begin to believe that we need this, this, and this. And then we inevitably find ourselves in a situation where we can't control our environment, and it's uncomfortable because we have convinced ourselves and we are a certain way. So as we're teaching these younger children to be more adaptable and to be more flexible in their own thinking, I meet a lot of adults who are not self-aware enough to be able to make those shifts, or to be able to identify even why they're feeling the way they're feeling. Um, so I
um,
think being able to identify that is huge.
I also want to talk about, before you go, because this is so important for parents and educators to hear, is that when we're like pushing for these labels, but we're at the end of the day, parents, and many parents that we talk to and join their journey, at the end of the day, they are still left with so many questions. And now what, right? There's papers and paperwork, and all these things are being written up about their kids. But at the end of the day, but now what?
Exactly. And a lot of times that now what turns into many accommodations in the classroom that may be serving them right now. But I personally feel like at the end of the day, when those accommodations don't get phased out, they become a crutch that these children are not going to leave the school system with. Um, because the world is not going to give these IEP accommodations that you have in the classroom. So I personally think it is so much more important to teach them about themselves and how they can work with what they have in the world, instead of expecting the world to work with what they have. And that is a huge struggle that I had when I was in the classroom. It's a huge struggle that I have with my own child who has an IEP due to his dyslexia, is that the world is not always going to give you these accommodations. I want to teach you how to work in the world with what you have.
Yeah, that's where I feel so sad that we send our kids with accommodation into the real world. The real world doesn't have anything set up for them.
Right.
And really, we have to get them to succeed in real life, not fail. But our school system, as they exit, as you say, we're not setting that up, right? So it's very, very
Exactly.
heavy. Yeah. And
It's
what about
important.
parents? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's
Sorry.
important for parents to know that they have a lot of control over the types of accommodations that their children have, especially as they go into middle school and high school. They can request that some of these accommodations be pulled back a little bit to help them learn how to navigate before they're out into the real world.
So, what about a parent who just got newly diagnosis, or they're like a lot of kindergartens are starting now, schools are starting, and sometimes your child is rejected, like you're not able to put them into the school you want because they don't have the accommodations, or they think it's not going to be a good fit. It's heartbreaking, right? If your kid's not wanted in that school, or you can get them into the same school or her. So what about those parents sitting at home right now with these diagnoses, all these labels are here, what do I do now?
So that's such a great point, and a lot of parents try to get ahead of the curve by getting these diagnoses early. Um, but your child is so young and growing so much that if there's no like immediate need for like a safety need or a medication need, um, I feel that waiting a little bit might be helpful. Or if you do get the diagnosis, treading lightly on that diagnosis until you get to see your child as they're evolving and growing. Because we, as much as society puts us all in these little boxes of when we should do certain things, we aren't we aren't all carbon copies of each other. We aren't all going to do the same things in the same order, and we're not all going to automatically pick up on things just because of an instruction that we were given. We're all going to develop at different rates, and sometimes I feel like people lean on the diagnosis that their child has to say why they haven't met a certain goal or milestone, when really it's just because maybe they're human and they are just on a different path than this box that they've been put in.
Yeah, and also like now I hear so many new labels. Like other day I saw that syndrome or something sort of like that. And then also we must not forget as coaches and educators and parents that we had something called COVID, where we all had to shut down and stay at home, and our kids were under mask. And those years that they were inside and isolated, that creates a lot like they're going to have newly names for these, like their social interaction suffered. You don't
Mm-hmm.
just come back out of isolation and say, okay, I'm ready for socials now. Right, you
Right.
don't. And that's why our young generation is struggling.
Absolutely. And to go right along with that, we are raising children in a world that we know nothing about. This world is changing so rapidly, and they are growing and evolving in this rapidly changing world. I mean, just the amount of technology and, the increase in the usage of AI and all of these different things, we not only didn't grow up with it, we're learning as we're going as well, but they're learning as they're developing, and they're learning about the world around them, which is a very uncertain world at times, especially when you think back to COVID. They thought that the world was, they had these things figured out about the world, and then COVID hit and everything they thought they knew was up in the air. So their worldview has been jumbled up so many times. And then instead of trying to give them the space and the time to figure it out, we're trying to figure out what's wrong with them, when they're just humans trying to figure out their way through the world just like we are, but they're still developing.
So what's the message to the parents listening right now?
So my message is, if you search for a diagnosis, if you have a diagnosis for your child, there's nothing wrong with that. That can help give you some great information, but just use it as that, just some information to help explain some of the behaviors or some of the things you're seeing, and help guide some of the things that you do with your child or some of the supports that you give them, but do not let it take over who your child is. They're still that same amazing child before you even thought about getting a diagnosis. They're still that same person. They're still learning. They're still growing. And whatever you're seeing in them right now, you may not see in them next year or in 5 years. And it's our job to be facilitators for them and to help guide them in the right directions. And I think a lot of times we use these labels to control certain things or try to control the environments. But we just need to be those guides and those facilitators for our children.
Yeah, it's it's also when you the newly diagnosis that comes in, and then the panic and all the extreme, and then if you're married, and then how you have to interact with the partners to make sure that it's all happening and we're putting together and everybody's on the same page. There's so much, right? It's not easy to, but that's why I say, like, label is one thing, but what we do afterward is everything.
Exactly. There's so many stakeholders. There's the parents. There's maybe grandparents that are involved. There's the school. There's so many different people that are involved, and getting everybody on the same page can be overwhelming sometimes. So I think just trying to make sure that everybody sees this label as maybe an assisted piece of information instead of who they are, that will help reframe the entire situation.
Yes. Sometimes we just start putting that lens, right, or the new glasses that comes with the diagnosis. Now I put it on and I see through that everything. That's why it doesn't work, right? You can't do that. There's still your child. The child is a child. It doesn't change just because this label got added. They just need the way they learn. You need to look at their soul print.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, it can be really easy to say, oh, now I understand why they do this. It's because of their diagnosis. And oh, that makes sense now. Instead of just realizing that, no, they act that way because they are a very unique individual, just like the rest of us. We all have different personalities. So they begin to, I guess, substitute their child's growing personality as the label sometimes.
Yes, even with your son, he having the dyslexia, you didn't just take some other random tips or strategies and put it onto him. You had to really study him, no?
Absolutely.
You have to sit with him. You have to sit with him, no?
We had to learn exactly what it was that was going to help him. And, teachers told us that he had severe ADHD because when it came time to read, he was playing with something on his desk or doing something because he was struggling. So he was trying to find something else to do. So I could have just said, oh, he has severe ADHD and that's that. But I thought, I don't see that in him. And it took a lot of digging to figure out what was going on. And then once we figured out what was going on, it took even more digging to figure out exactly what was going to help him. And there was a lot of trial and error. And I'd love to tell you I did everything right, but I didn't, I'm sure, because I'm a human. But I made sure that he understood that his brain processed things differently, but it didn't change anything about what he's capable of and who he is.
Yeah, ADHD, you can harness a lot of superpower. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I've worked with hundreds of students like that. The only thing I've learned is so many ways that they can think that I can't think.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever sat with them and like get amazed by the ways that even my husband has ADHD? Same thing, the way that he thinks. I cannot think because I don't have that ability. So it's superpower.
So creative.
So creative outside that, but I sometimes box myself and think, but he can go outside. So that's ADHD superpower, right? And it's autism too. I've seen kids with autism, they solve things so differently, and I'm like, it can be done like that. Whoa. Because that's where I picked up all of my knowledge from them, right? They were teaching us, right? Because if you watch them, they teach you so much.
I worked with a little boy with autism for 3 years. And I think I learned more from him than I've probably learned from anybody else. And he was first grade through third grade when I worked with him, but I worked one-on-one with him for 3 years. And he just had such an amazing perspective and view of the world that it just opens you up to all these different things that you don't see day to day.
Yes, I'm going a little over here because this is very important because we are a label, like we like to separate, compartmentalize, fragment everything, and then we like to look at it from this side and this side instead of looking at it as whole. So it's really important if you're a parent or teacher or educator, look at it as holistic. This is a whole person. They didn't come with that label. They didn't born with that label. We're just looking through that lens of it so we can understand them a little bit, but that doesn't mean they are that, because I see it so much. And especially now, kids are hyper sometimes. Kids are, if they're watching all these, electronic stuff, they get hyper. I had parents come to me and they say, he's 3 and he's not sitting for 30 or more minutes and doing his work. 3-year-olds don't sit. I don't know any 3-year-old that sit. If I was 3-year-old, I wouldn't sit either. I'm like, I gotta go, right? So,
Exactly.
but we're changing the expectation. And if you take that child to a specialist, they might think, oh, or they might tell them that he's too young to be diagnosed, right? Hopefully. But if somebody else doesn't pick that up and says, yeah, let's, and then we go to medication, right? Very quickly. So we got to be very, very careful that we expectation as age, right? And then we follow the bell curve and we follow the milestones. Sometimes we're all different. I might not have the same milestone as another person. I might be
Exactly.
little, I might just take my own time to get there. But that doesn't mean I have this or that, right?
Exactly. And, just because your child is maybe below the curve over here, instead of hyper focusing on that, why don't you take a look at where they are really excelling? Because that's who they are. Let's really lean into where they're excelling and explore that some more.
Yes. Look at it as a whole person. It's so important. That's why I don't do anything fragmented or compartmentalized, because it's not holistic. And you are a holistic neuro growth learning success coach. So you have a gift for somebody that you are going to
I
work with,
do.
right?
I
So can you
do.
share with us?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I also have a slide that I just put up too that has some information.
Sure.
So if you email me, my email is allison@successforlife.coach. Up there at the top, my QR code will take you right to an email as well. I'd be happy to share with you that Brain Detectives PDF game that I told you about. Or if you feel that maybe that's not for your child specifically, or you'd like some more information, I would love to also offer a complimentary session where we can talk about how you can help your child, whether they're in elementary, middle, high school, whoever they are, become the best version of themselves. Because at the end of the day, I want you all to remember that life is a journey. It is not a destination. Together, we're going to navigate all of these challenges, break through the blocks, and celebrate every victory along the way.
Thank you, Allison. It's an amazing presentation or conversation. I think we have more conversation. So
Yeah,
thank you. And you should see the chat. You should go and look at the
I
chat
will. I
later.
will go through
There's
and take
so
a
much
look.
there. We couldn't put up all of it, but there's so much because this is a hot topic, right?
It
Labels
is.
are hot topic, and it can be used as a great ways, and it could be used as a hostage. You can
Mm-hmm.
be hostage for the rest of
Yeah,
your
we
life.
got to find
So,
that happy medium, that nice balance.
yes, thank you. And we have our next guest. So thank you, Allison.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you. So I'll be right back with our next guest. Her name is Coach Ruth. Welcome. Thank you for waiting. I went a little bit over time. A little.
You're fine. You're fine. Absolutely fine.
Awesome. Ruth, you're here to talk about what looks broken might be brilliant. Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay. I'm excited. I'm excited. But I have to introduce her because she stands for reframing dysfunction, not as a flaw to fix, but we'll find out. She believes what looks broken is often because she does say it's brilliant, so we'll find out. She is committed to guiding parents to see beyond something. So listen carefully. She's going to share with us. And she is here to show us that when we listen first, we uncover something. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. And I love today because all the speakers that preceded me. It's all coming down to what I'm going to be talking about. And dysfunction, I want to reframe it a little bit to start. So, well, for what looks like might be broken may be brilliance, or usually is brilliance. And I never knew that as a parent. And so when I get to my personal story, I don't know if some of you will be able to relate to that or not. But I want to reframe something, because problem behaviors, how many of us have problem behaviors either with our kids or students or neighbors? But it's actually a nervous system adaptation. All right. It's intelligent, it's protective. And we often, I know I did, misread that. Okay. So let me give you the definition of dysfunction first before we get started. It's impaired or abnormal or unhealthy interpersonal behavior or interaction with a group. So with my son, the group was the system, the schools, okay, the teachers, the counselors, all that kind of stuff. But I never looked at it as dysfunction. So one of the things that I had to learn over the years is not to correct what I don't understand. And I get back to what Allison previously said, is that label. And they labeled my child as defiant, as, hard to work with. And what I've learned over the years is that dysfunction is not the end of the story. It could be just the beginning for your child. So have any of you ever had to move to another school district or move out of state or to another country? Raise your hand or put it in the chat. Well, that's what happened with us. And Alex, my son's name is Alex, and he was thriving in a district that we were in because the teacher understood him. She was very animated. She was a professional clown. That was right up his alley, professional clown, because he sees everything kind of through a movie lens, right? Well, we moved into a district that, and this is many, many moons ago, that was very, very different and very this way, right? You sit, you do your test, and that's it. Well, for someone like my Alex, he definitely was defiant. He was like, well, ask questions, and he didn't get things. And it was a district that at the time we came from a very multicultural district before. So he had friends from all over the world, right? And this district was very, very conservative and very, very white. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, for him to move into a district where he was told you can't play with these kids or those kids or blah, 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 we just weren't used to that. So there's another way that he was defiant, to quote authority. Now, I'm not here to diagnose. I'm here to decode what's happening beneath the surface. And I wish I would have had that with my own son years ago, because what they didn't do is I work with the soil within children, right? And the district that I'm talking about, we're dealing with the plant. It's already grown. Here's your tree. Now you need to prune it, take care of it, and but they never got to the soil. They never got to why, right? But they labeled him. And they looked at him as dysfunctional, which, I mean, I as a parent, I was like, well, I don't know what to do, because I had two other children and they were doing okay. But my child, Alex, wasn't. He just wasn't succeeding. It was just dysfunctional. He wasn't following the rules. He was outside that norm. Okay. Do any of you have kids like that? Or students that they're outside that norm, whether they're very quiet and A students, or whether they're the rabble rousers, right? And I always used to say, I used to love, quote, the naughty kids, because those are the kids that their minds are looking at the world differently, and they're not afraid to ask questions, and they're not afraid to get out there, and they're not afraid to defy, which actually is, in a way, healthy, right? To ask questions, to say, I don't like that, or I don't understand this, or why are you asking me to do that? So there was some decoding that I didn't know how to do that was happening beneath the surface. So, pain. How many of you really loved going to parents-teacher conferences? I would be just as anxious and just as nervous to go to Alex's conferences, because I knew they didn't do what Coach Allison says, tell me what he's doing right. Tell me where he's succeeding. It was, your child could do much better if they could only be focused. Any of you heard that? Your child is so smart, but they're disruptive. Anybody heard that? They're a great student, but they're too shy. They don't speak up. They don't participate. How many of you have heard that? According to dysfunction, those are all signals that these kids are hiding their brilliance. Think about it. They're hiding their brilliance. And as a parent, the anxiety, when that phone call came in, and we did have caller ID then, and it was the school, I was just, now what, right? Now what? Any of you ever have that? Or a student that they walk in and you're like, okay, another day. Well, before we get into this, I want to do a breathing exercise because I can always feel myself because of the story. And I don't know if some of you out there are feeling the same way. So I'm going to do 2 breaths. We're going to breathe in through our nose.
I love it.
Out through our nose. In through our nose. Out through our nose. Can you feel your shoulders coming down? I know I can. I wish I would have had this technique when I was going to parent-teacher conferences with my Alex. So Alex's journey, early on, I kind of touched on a little bit. He loved hands-on learning, and he loved the Miss Martin was her name, and she was a professional clown. So she was very animated, and she would tell stories. So he learned really well with stories, and she could see that he would struggle and he'd get bored. So she would put him in charge of things. She had him, this was 3rd grade. He'd be part of student council where he felt like he was a leader because he was a leader in a lot of ways, but because of some of the disruptive behavior, it was like, because leaders are quiet. Leaders follow the rules, right? Well, not necessarily for Alex. And the school wasn't accepting the new district. Let me say, the new district wasn't accepting of this child who had lots of questions. He was curious. He wanted to know, why can't I play with that Hispanic kid? Why can't I play with that Black child? My parents, we played with everybody. So from the get-go, he was looked at as defiance because he asked questions that were appropriate to ask. Now you're talking, this is back 1997, so it was many, many moons ago. But from that point, the teachers were like this, and he wasn't that kid. He was dysfunctional. He was outside the norm. And I look at dysfunction as not a bad word, but it's an understanding that, oh, I'm glad he was outside the norm, right? When he got to middle school, and his behaviors increased because, again, they just pushed him through. They didn't really understand him. They labeled him, naughty, disruptive, one of those bad kids, so to speak. And I can't tell you how many times my phone would ring per week. So his behaviors escalated, but he found sports. And in sports, he was extremely successful in baseball and football because his mind was always looking at the plays ahead of time. He could watch, this was amazing. He could watch a pitcher start a pitch or how they stood, and he knew whether to swing or not. So he excelled, and coaches were just like, wow. We went to a pro game, and they played ahead of time, right? The kids get their team turned, they play ahead of time. And this pro is yelling, where's Alex Hurt's parents? Where's Alex Hurt's parents? And of course, because of the behavior problems, I'm thinking, okay, what did he do? What did he do? And he came up to my husband and I, he said, you keep this kid in sports no matter what happens, no matter what you have to do, because he will either be playing for me or for another team. He said, this kid, I haven't seen this natural ability in years. And I was I'm still processing because I'm thinking he did something in the locker room, right? And we look at each other like, oh, awesome. So sports was his out. But remember, in our system, if a child doesn't get A, B's and their C, D, what happens? Their grade point goes down. And in our system, what happens with those grade points, those kids that have grade points that go down, they can't play sports. They're off the team. Not to look at why the behavior is happening. Was he being destructive in school? No. Is he doing? No. He wasn't doing any of that. but it was grade-based, performance-based. But yet, he could excel at this other area. Now, remember, in sports, you have to get a playbook and you have to look at all those plays, all the X's and O's. Don't ask me to do it. It's not my thing. It confuses me. But he could visualize all those X's and O's. That's why he excelled. However, no one thought to kind of maybe use that concept, X's and O's, in the classroom for him. So therefore, his grades got lower and lower and lower. So what does he do? He decides who's going to accept him. The other brilliant kids, so to speak, the dysfunctional kids that are, quote, the naughty kids, the kids that smoke pot, the kids that skip school, the kids that do all, because guess what? They accepted him, right? So we did, and at the time, we only had what we knew, and I knew we needed to get some help from school. Actually, it was protection. I was looking for protection for my son because I knew he's not a bad kid. He learns differently. Nobody was listening to us. So we did do an IEP for his behavior issues, right? And we finally got that done. I brought a professional in. And again, for all of you teachers and parents out there, I don't know how you go through IEPs, because if I didn't have the person I had in my life at the time helping us, I don't know how you do it, because the system was just very, they want to label him naughty, bad. We just don't want to deal with him. And I kept fighting because I knew that because he looked at things. To this day, he can regurgitate a story or a movie from 25 years ago. And I'm like, so that brain, we did have him tested, very high IQ, surprise, surprise. And I'm not a big IQ person, so to speak, because it's a label for kids, but it was an understanding of this kid isn't, he's not behind because of his mind, right? Or how he can learn. He learns differently, but the school won't listen. I literally walked out of an IEP. He was 16. And if I get teary, I apologize, you guys. I literally walked out of an IEP, got home. We lived maybe half a mile from the school. My phone rings and the school says he has dropped out of school. We just got out of an IEP. It was an assistant principal who came up to Alex. Because he was in the hallway, because he was just in the IEP with us. He was getting his things to go to class. What are you doing out here? Alex's defiance kicks up, slams the locker, the assistant principal, and says to my child, you won't amount to anything. Why don't you just quit? He did. He quit that day. And at 16, in the state I'm in, there's nothing we can do. He can quit. And that was okay for them. And what they didn't understand was, and I didn't understand at the time, that Alex was in fight or flight all the time. So as a neuro holistic learning and success coach, that has been invaluable to me, because it's fight, flight, fawn, or freeze. And now I'm looking back, he was always in that chronic flight. So when that assistant principal said to me, you're not going to amount to anything, what did you do? He left. Fine, I'm out of here, right? Because no one was helping him with his dysfunction, so to speak, and no one looked at it as brilliance. Now, to be honest, he's 36 now, and he's doing amazing, but that decision changed the course of his life. He did end up in prison for 2 years. And as a mom, I look back and I'm thinking, man, things could have been different. Could have been so different. But what we have talked about over the years now, Alex and I, his brilliance that nobody saw as, or they looked at as dysfunction, didn't see it as brilliance before. I shouldn't laugh. Before he went to prison, I'm being very vulnerable. He ran a pot business. His business model was incredible. Now, in Michigan at the time, yes, it was illegal. Absolutely, it was illegal. And he had to pay the price for that. But if someone had seen that defiance, that dysfunction as brilliance back then, I can only imagine if he took that business model, because remember, he sees X's and O's, he sees the plays ahead of time. Brilliant. And so we talk about that now, and he is using that model, his brilliance, to start his own company. So again, because the school system was dealing with a tree, and if that tree bent or broke, they just threw them away, right? They just moved them, they just moved them, they just moved them. We don't want to deal with them. And as a parent, that was really frustrating. It was so frustrating. I want to backtrack a little bit. We did try the tools that we had at the time. We tried tutors. We tried, one-on-ones. We tried, I mean, you name it, his brothers, his dad, we tried everything. And it just wasn't how he learned, because again, we were looking for that quick fix because the district wanted that quick fix. Fix him so we can deal with him. Fix him so we can deal with him.
I want to
Understanding.
I want to say something, Ruth. Thank
Yes.
you for sharing.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing. Well, he did show. There was a moment you in your story you did share that he had a very nice path. Like if we were to take a movie of this, your life and his life, there was this path, and they pushed him to this path because you said that he was brilliant in that sport, but because of his grades, he
Yes.
wasn't able to show the brilliance in grades. But then all that attention and all that energy diverted into something else, right? So I had to say that because I was just like, yeah.
Yes. Yes. No, he's always, and that's why labels, and it isn't my job as a coach to fix. It's my job as a coach to understand kids like Alex. That's why I'm so passionate about coaching kids, is because of my personal story. And I saw back then what was going on, but I didn't have the tools or the words or the place to go to try to even give the system the information so that we could all work together. And that's why, my final takeaway for any parent out there, or grandparent or foster parent, anybody who's struggling and they're telling you that your kid's naughty, there's something deeper, you guys. There's something deeper. And find someone who can help you find what's going on in that soil. Because I guarantee those quote naughty kids, these kids are brilliant. They have a way of looking at the world so differently. And maybe it's because of their life experiences. I don't know. But I know that if they get that support and that understanding, and you know what? If a kid's getting a D in school and he's a brilliant ball player, there's other ways to bring those grades up through coaching. The grades, it's not the outcome that's going to matter, because that could be the only chance that child has to move out of a situation or to better themselves, right? So that dysfunction is on this side or this side. And we need to look at that as a society and as a community and as parents and teachers and staff and all that. Like, okay, instead of looking at that kid as, oh, here comes that naughty kid again. It's like, So Alex, let's say, what do you like to do? What do you do? And if they knew he was so brilliant at sports, because of course the coaches used him and loved him until he got naughty or did something, his grades went down, because they used that. Why not talk to a coach? Why is this kid doing so well in sports? Because he's kind of struggling in school, as we all know. Oh, so maybe teach to him the X's and O's, or maybe be animated. I don't know. All I know is for my child, the system was broken, and that's why I'm so passionate about becoming a coach and helping those kids to figure that out. So they're not just pushed through the system, or all of a sudden, because they feel terrible. They know what they're doing is wrong. You don't have to tell kids they're doing something wrong. They know it. They absolutely know it. But how do we tell right or wrong? I should say they're making different choices, right? They're making a different choice that is dysfunctional because it's outside the norm, right? So my point is, when you look at kids through a lens of dysfunction, let's shift it to, where's their brilliance? What really gets them going? What really, and they'll tell you, if you start talking to a child about, how was your day today? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like, oh, what did you like? They tell you, and they'll go on, and they'll explain the whole situation. So as a grandparent, I have now, instead of labeling or trying to fix, I listen. And it has shifted how I look at my grandchildren and their schooling, so to speak, right? Because if I listen, I know that one of them really loves to draw. The other one really likes to get on the, she researches things, right? So instead of looking at their dysfunction or their differences or how they learn, I'm looking at it as brilliance, at brilliance. And there's just a way to look at our kids a little differently, and that will help, so that they no longer have to feel less than, not worthy, because they're outside of that middle, right? So I have an offer for you guys. If any of you would like to continue this conversation, or if you've struggled with a child or a grandchild or a student, I have an ebook I would love to send you. Just email me and I will send you the ebook, or you can call and text me anytime. I would love to continue this conversation. And I want you to realize that you're not alone. Okay. That's the biggest thing with our coaching. We do it with the family. Where I felt so isolated sitting in those IEP meetings, we as coaches, we walk alongside the whole family and we help the whole family. So please reach out to me. I would love to help. I'd love to continue the conversation. And remember, you're not alone. You're never alone.
No, nobody is alone. You just feel like it. Because when you
Yes,
go through experiences like that, shame, right? I should know better as a parent. Oh, how can I have a child like this? Where did this child even come from? I don't have anything like this. I'm not genetically supposed to have this child like this. Where did it come from? And then all of those shame and all of those questions, and then we start shutting down. So no one is alone. We all have our own. But I want to thank you for sharing this story, because this opened up a lot of conversation in the chat. But many parents out there who are struggling with this, because if they had given that opportunity to your son, looking at it that he had the potential. That's why I talk about that potential energy versus kinetic energy. When a human has a potential, that's a potential energy being stored. If that potential energy doesn't have a place to let it out into kinetic through momentum and motion in the way that they can, not through doing schoolwork and performing, but he could have done that through that sport.
right. Correct. Absolutely. That's 100%. And we need to look at all of our kids, girls, boys, whatever. But if they're excelling in that, that's their brilliance. That's their brilliance. Let
So
them
why do
do
we
that.
hold back? Why do we hold back? That one decision by whoever, is
Mhm.
why your son ended up in the jail where you said he ran an amazing business in whatever he shouldn't be, but he still had the brilliance to do that.
Exactly. And I can remember saying as a parent, why don't you use this to do something that's not going to land you in, a jail cell?
Yes, yes. But he wasn't. And also, like, I want to bring up another important point is we don't need a lot of people to believe this. Like, sometimes as parents we think, oh, the whole school is against us, or no one's believing that he has the brilliance. It's, who it only takes you to believe it,
Correct. Correct.
a person to believe it. I only needed one person to believe it.
Yeah.
And then that's all it needs for that child and for you to believe that there's brilliance here. We just have to channel it in the right way. And this channeling for him is different because his soul print is different.
Absolutely. His soul print was so different. And he'll even say, Mom, thank you for being there, because I did believe in him. But we've talked during the summit, whatever we put up here or other people put up here, we really have to work as parents and staff and teachers to really help kids. Don't let them say negative things. I know it's hard, but let's retrace it, because that sticks. And we not only is it even as adults. And I still have to catch him, right? That's not who you are. That's what you did. But society, right? And that's even in schools. You are this because of the. No, that's not who you are. That's what you did. See the difference?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can someone like your son going through that experience, can they come back and find their brilliance?
Absolutely. We've worked very, very hard. And that's that the prison, that's a whole nother topic, but absolutely. And we work daily and have conversations and reframe. I said, no. And I say this, like I say this to him every day. That's not who you are. That's what you did. And I keep saying that over and over. And as a family, again, that's something you did because there is addiction issues. And that's another side note. However, to support, there wasn't a week that didn't go by that I didn't go and visit I didn't, because I wanted him to know you are supported. We love you. You're a good person. You might have done a bad thing, but you're a good person and you're brilliant. He's so smart. So again, he's taking that now because of society. It's very hard to get jobs. So he's going to do his own business. I said, absolutely. And we will invest a little bit for you, right? To get him, because he knows how to do it. His brain, I'm telling, he can tell you a play that the Lions are doing before I even know it's been hyped. So that brain is coming back, and I'm excited and proud of him as a mom because he's made it through, and he's going to own a business, his
Love
own
it.
business.
Love it. And I guess that's his superpower, right? Because
That's a superpower. His X's and O's. Yeah, absolutely.
love it. I do want us to read some of these comments for you, Ruth, because you shared so much. There's a lot of love here, so you should go back to the chat and interact. But here's one: finding your child's um, brilliance is one of the parents' greatest joys. Yes. I
It
knew
is.
my son was a builder from the day he was. He's always a builder. He's always a builder. Yeah, I know that. So we can tell, right? Like,
Yep.
but we'd also want to not close them up, right? And say, you're just a builder. No, you're a great
No.
builder, but what else can you do? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because what a wise woman told me once is that sometimes the river, we take the scenic routes,
Oh, yes.
and I
Yeah,
have,
we do.
and that sticks with me. It's like, so Alex is taking the scenic route.
Yeah, because some of us, we need our detours, and yeah, we just love that. Yeah, we don't want to go straight because
No.
that's not fun.
No,
Yes.
no.
Here, there's a question. I was looking for a question. Thank you, Lori. Do you have top tips for teachers and admins and parents to see the beauty in the bad thing? What a beautiful question.
Oh, Lori, that is a loaded question, and it's brilliant. Yes, and I work very hard within our district now, and what I do, and talk to parents. And one of the things is you don't have to accept in a nice way, right, to a teacher or administrator. No, and again, it's information. And when we do the coaching, Lori, you know that we have a wealth of information we can give the family, right, tips or tools on how to handle the school and what to say to the school. And I think schools are listening a little better. But first of all, I would say, no, my child's going to play, and you have to fight that. It's I hate to say, but you have to fight for your child, but you do sometimes, right? And the system doesn't like parents who are making waves, but you have to make those waves. You have to continue those meetings. You have to continue those conversations. And you might find a teacher. I found a couple teachers, but again, way back, that's 30 years ago or so, that they couldn't because of the climate of the school system at the time. But I would just ask nicely, please don't. This is what I'd prefer you to label my child as. This is what I'd prefer you to use with my child, and let your child know. They can come home and this teacher called me this and that and the other thing, but that's not you. So let's talk about it. You're brilliant. You do these things. You like these things. And I always say, don't let anybody ever take your voice. Okay. Don't scream and yell at the teachers. It's teaching them not to be that obnoxious, but don't lose your voice. It's okay to speak up. It's okay to ask questions. If the teacher doesn't like that, then that's on them. You did I always say, clean your side of the street. You took care of that. Now let's look at that question together. And yes, it's work. Yes, it is. Raising kids is work. And we have to be part of that system. We have to be part of the group. With administrators, sometimes I got a little, even back then, I was mama bear. I'll be honest. I was mama bear. And that's okay too, because they want you to feel guilty. Well, all the other kids, I said to one, I don't care what the other kids are doing. I care about my child. They don't like that. But you have to be that mama bear. I don't know if that helps or not. It's information. The more information we have about our children, we know our kids the best. Even as adult men, I know my children. I know what they're going to do before they do it. Right? So
I had this conversation. You brought a good point. I can't let it go. I have to talk. So this about Mama Bear, right? You just mentioned that part. But that's real world. like, every other parent, like sometimes parents say like, what about all the other kids, they're struggling because of your kid, or whatever it is. Those accommodations and all the adaptations we do within the classroom, as Allison talked about, how that doesn't really translate into the real world.
Right.
We can't just make school unrealistic. That's not realistic. In the real world, there are going to be people who are going to be upset all the time and wobbling and moving around and jumping, and all of this is happening. How do you regulate?
Right.
So we
Right.
all have to, all parents, to have to teach their kids, even in a chaotic world, even if it gets chaos, even if somebody's throwing desks and chairs and all of it, how do you ground yourself and
Right.
remain collected, right?
Right.
That's a good to talk about, because that's our world. You're
Right.
going to be out there. No
Right.
one's going to protect you.
Right.
You have to learn. So it's a good thing to build up as they are growing up. Yeah.
Right. And then we become their safety net, even as adults. Just because our kids hit 21, we're always going to be parents. They're always going to come to us. Not always, but you guys know what I mean. We're always going to be those parents, and we always have to be prepared. Period. They're going to ask us questions. They're going to, why this, why that? All that. We still, as parents, have to be connected. We just do.
Absolutely. And I want to say that there's no bad kid. No one's bad
No,
here, right?
no.
No, there's no bad kid. We are made to be bad. There's a signal. That's a signal. There's a language behind it. I was a bad kid, if you ask me. I was smiling when you asked me to own up, those parent teacher interviews. I was actually the child who actually would never tell my parent there's a parent teacher interview, because my dad usually is always like getting mad at me for like not having straight A's or not having straight attendance. If I had straight A's, he would go to the attendance column and say, 3 days are missing. Where were you? I'm like, I don't know. I think they made a mistake, because I was always there, of course, right? But so I wouldn't tell them, because when I went, they would say, Kohila is so quiet. She doesn't put her hand up, and she needs to put more, like, she needs to speak. Because I muted myself. I can't tell my dad I keep muting myself, right? So I actually hid all the time that they would, no, you don't have to come to school. No, nobody goes to school. Nobody has to ask, because all he needed was another thing about me saying that I'm not trying hard enough at school. I'm sitting there like a vegetable all day long. And if you have an alcoholic dad, when that comes
Yep.
out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Yep.
I had to protect myself. So I always lied. You don't need to ever come to school. Nope, there's nothing you have to talk about me. I'm always good. So,
And that's a great example, because that's dysfunction, so to speak, and it's covering your brilliance.
yeah.
So it's survival. It's our soul. It's our whole system is in alignment. These kids are misaligned. They're like, they're being told this way, and they're trying to act this way, and they're all over. So it's our job to get them aligned with who they are and their identity. Because what the school system does to Alex's identity and his purpose and his joy away. We need to give that back to our kids. We need to give that back.
Yeah. So there's no bad kid. I was a bad kid. If you think about what I was doing then, I hid all the parent teacher interview from my parents.
Well, I skipped school, so there you go. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so why did we do that? Because to protect. It's all protection.
Protect. Yep.
All
Yep.
protection. Why did I mute myself? Protection. Why did anyone do anything? We're not doing bad behaviors. We're protecting. So that's why we have to get to the root of it.
Yes, the soil. Parents out there, we're looking at the soil. You can pop seeds in all day long. If the soil's gross and icky, it's not going to grow. They're not going to grow. So look at your kids as a plant. Look at the soil. Is your soil supportive? Are you looking at their dysfunction and not their brilliance? And again, it's not a guilt thing. That is not, I'm not here to guilt or shame, because believe me, I did a lot of that as a parent myself. No. It's an understanding of how our kids are and how we regulate them and we get them aligned. It's an understanding. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ruth. This was amazing.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
There's a lot of comments here for you. There's lots of love here. Go into the chat and interact with them. But thank you so much. We're going to take a small break. And Ruth's information is also in the journal. So everybody's information is in the journal. So if you're missing any of their websites or their email addresses, you don't have to worry. Just download. It's in the chat as well, the journal. So you can just download it and it's there. You can scan it or you can email her and get her amazing gift. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing and your story. It's going to help.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. And we'll be right back in 5 minutes. We're going to have a break. Thank you.
play the part, smiled on the outside, but it tore you apart. They gave you the label before they asked your name. You carried the silence, and they called it shame. You thought it was you, but it never was. You were adapting to a world without pause. Love, the system never asked what hurt, never asked what was real, only taught you to behave and to bury what you feel. But now you see the cracks in what they called home. Now you rise from what they stole. They gave you the script before you could speak, told you to sit still even when your body screamed. Your child is not broken, they reflect in your fight, and you are the one who will turn on the light.
This isn't defiance, it's memory. This isn't dysfunction, it's a nervous system trying to survive. This isn't a phase, it's your soul saying, I was never the problem.
The system never asked what you knew, what you carried inside. But now you remember, you were never meant to hide. This is your voice, this is your truth, this is your return to the root.
You were always there, beneath the silence, beneath the stare. Not a fault, not a flaw, just a child who saw too much too soon in a world gone wrong. But now I see you, now I breathe you, and I'm ready to come back home. The diagnosis tried to define, but you were never that thin line. You were the dance, the song, the ache, that nothing scripted could ever fake. You are not a file. You are not a failure. You are not a problem to fix. You are a memory worth returning to, a rhythm worth rebuilding, a soul worth remembering. You were always there. I just forgot to care for the voice beneath the rose, for the root beneath the gold. Now I hold you. Now I know you. You were always whole.
Awesome. Welcome back. I hope you had some water and went to the biological break room as well because it's important. It's been going for a while. I just love all the comments, and you guys are just staying presence here. I didn't even have to do a breathing exercise like I did yesterday. You're all present. So I'm excited to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Coach Andrea. Just gonna add the slides. So Andrea, welcome. You're muted. Me.
Hello there.
Awesome. Nice to see you, Coach Andrea.
Nice
How are
to
you?
see you. I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good. I'm just reading your slide and I'm going, what? Control does not equal connection? Isn't that how we connect? If I control somebody, I'm always connected to them. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. So
Why power fails and presence heals. I'm excited for this, and I do need to introduce Coach Andrea. So Coach Andrea stands for replacing control with something, and I have no idea. She didn't tell me. She's going to tell us today. She believes power without presence fails. We'll find out, right? She is committed to helping parents breaking generational patterns of something. Generational patterns. Awesome. And then she is here to show us that correction might fix something. So
fix something.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Kohela, for that wonderful, wonderful welcome. And I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually would like to start today by doing probably what a lot of our coaches and my colleagues have been doing. And we're going to do a little bit of a breathing exercise just to help regulate. And then I can get into my talk more. So hopefully that's okay with everybody.
Love it.
So
love it. I need one.
I do too, actually. So what I'd like you to do is start with your hand on your heart. And we're going to breathe in for 4. I'm just realizing I don't.
Oh, I think she pressed a button. She'll be back. She left us. She left me. Andrea, come back. No, I'm kidding. But do you guys have any questions for me? Actually, I had a question until she comes back. You know what? I'm going to actually show you. Oh, she's coming back. Just give us a few minutes. Sorry, you're muted, Andrea.
That was odd. I'm not sure what happened there. So we're going to start with the breathing exercise. Let's see, my slides aren't up yet, but what we're going to do is put our hand on our heart, and we're going to breathe in for 4, hold it for 4, and then breathe out for 4. And we're going to do this several times. So first, let's breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4. And breathe out for 4. And let's try that again. Breathe in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4. And breathe out for 4. All right, I'm going to try and get my slide presentation up here.
You might have to upload it again because you.
Yeah, it looks like I do have to upload it again. If you guys will just give me just a moment, I'm going to do
Can
that.
I answer a question while you wait, Andrea? Because I had a question come up, and it's amazing that it came up now because I was thinking I could introduce this later, but since Andrea is getting her slides up, I'm actually going to go through it. So during the break, I had a text message from someone watching or listening to us that you keep saying this word MC, what is it, right? It's MC systems, what is it? So it's good. When you're presenting something and somebody is curious about what is that, it's perfect time to bring it. So I was going to show it to you later, but I'll show it to you now. So Andrea, I'll just go through this and then I'll bring you on, okay? Because they have a question, so let's answer it while you're getting ready. So Return to the Roots was all about sharing the system, the MC systems. So I've been talking about some of it, and I created curiosity. What are these MC systems, right? So the first one I want to talk about is the mass consumption, which is our food, disconnecting from the natural nutrients, nourishments, and rhythm through processed, fast, and convenience driven eating, or these there's no empty calories we talk about, right? We're eating those, and we expect kids to behave. The behavior is showing up through some of the food they're eating, right? So that's when I talk about the mass consumption. One of the system is our food is not healthy anymore. We're not eating healthy food. We went for fast and efficient, but there's no efficiency with these food. They're just empty calories. They're not providing our kids anymore. So that's one of the systems that I talk about. And the other system is the mass compliance, which is our education system, right? Rewarding obedience over curiosity, standardization, learning at the expense of individual pace and voice. We just heard Ruth, her son's story, right? He had his brilliance in his sports, but it wasn't acknowledged, and he was sent to another way, and then that way ended up being, not the proper way for him, right, to display his brilliance. So that's the other system, is the compliance. Mass compliance is the other one. The next one is the mass correction, is the healthcare system we have, masking symptoms instead of addressing the root causes, and prioritizing speed over presence. Like, we need to go through a process to figure out what's wrong, right? Like, for me, I've been told I'm really good, great, my health is good. Like, any blood test I did years ago, it was always good. But last year I got really sick, because nobody was looking beyond some of the results, and nobody was looking at whatever the symptoms I was having. They were just treating the symptoms. They didn't look into the root causes of it, and which is what we're doing. So that mass correction so fast that we just, where's that magic pill, right, is what everybody's looking for. But the pills are not the answer. It's more than that. So that's another system I talk about, is the mass correction system. The other system is the mass conditioning, is the society training worth through output, right? How many of us are struggling with this at age 40, 30, 50, into our 60s, that if I don't perform, I don't have my worth is questionable, right? So this output, where did we get that? Obviously from our education system and our societal system as well. So this mass conditioning is output, speed, and emotional suppression, right? It's conditioned. So there are 7 of them. I'm going to show you the first four here right now. And then after Andrea's done, and later I'll share with you the rest of it. So Andrea, you're back on. You have your slides. So let me put your slides back on. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Kohela. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, so I appreciate that. It did dysregulate my breathing exercise just a little bit. So why don't we go back to that breathing?
Yeah,
exercise?
let's do one more.
That's okay. Yeah. So everybody, put your hand across your heart. We're going to breathe in for 4, hold for 4, and then breathe out for 4. Okay. So here we go. Breathe in 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4. And blow it out slowly. All right. So I am here to talk about why control doesn't necessarily equal how we connect. And it doesn't allow us to necessarily create that connection where the control that we think we want or that we are desiring can happen. So let's move on. I want to talk a little bit first about, we did that. That was my first slide. I want to talk a little bit about this idea of control versus connection, and rethinking the way we think about control in a society that really rewards it, right? Many of us were taught that control equals safety. It equals love, right? Obedience equals respect. And to command obedience means to have control of the outcome or the person, right? Who has done that, right? I have. I can raise my hand and I can say wholeheartedly, You know, I know I've done that with students. I know I've done that with my own children because it was taught. And this particular topic actually really hits home. And I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But we do this because we want kids to comply, right? We want them to behave. We want them to do the chores when we want them to do the chores. You know, that's the structure. That's how we feel like we can have the structure that we need. And sometimes we even do this with yelling and punishment, right? Again, raise your hand if you have ever caught yourself yelling or giving out punishments to try and dominate and have that control. And really what happens is it sacrifices safety. It sacrifices the safety of our children or anybody for that matter, where we are using that dominance, that control, that power technique. And a lot of times when there's behaviors that are happening, it is the child, whether that's your own child, whether it's a student, whether it's your grandchild, who is just saying, I don't really feel safe yet, right? And then we come in and we bombard them with more control, and that still isn't going to make them feel quite safe yet. And so it's not about so much letting go of structure. I'm structure, right? Society has structure. We need to teach our children and our students there's structure in life, right? There's rules, there's regulations, there are things that happen in life that and societal norms that we don't get around, right? But rather I'm suggesting we shift how we hold that and how we approach it. Because at the end of the day, control, we're going to get compliance. And you can see that we might actually get, what we want done through the control mechanism, but it's not going to bring us connection to our students and to our children. So again, that yelling, that panicking, that threatening, I don't think I'm a bad parent. I don't think that I'm a bad person. I'm a bad human for having used that and gone to those methods. But I think there's another way to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. So I want to share a little story about growing up. And I think that this is important. And part of the reason why I picked this topic today to talk about is because, well, let me share the story with you. So I was really fortunate to grow up in a very loving, supportive home, 2 wonderful parents, albeit divorced, but best friends. It was back in I'm not going to age myself too much here, but I'll just say 80s. And maybe a little before that. And it was an anomaly a bit for my parents to be divorced and to be so close and to co-parent so well. And so it was almost like our houses were seamless, which was wonderful. And I give my parents a lot of credit for that. Again, like I said, very supportive, and loving, kind, always there. My father, very thoughtful, kind, great listener, wonderful, wonderful person. He led with control. He had a tight ship, and we knew it. We knew it. There were firm structure. Okay, we can have firm structure. That's fair. Very clear rules, high expectation. It was gentle control, but it was control. But what came on top of what I just said was this control to make us comply with the rules. Okay. And always a correction to make sure we were complying with those rules. And what happened as I was growing up is I internalized this. this became me. This became who I was. This was ingrained in me. And so, as a child, I believed if I do everything perfectly, and there is a synergistic relationship between control and perfection, I stay safe. That's me. I stay safe. I'm okay. As long as it fits in this box and I keep it in that box, I'm okay. And as an adult, this belief system stayed with me. It really did. And my control was being disguised as perfectionism. And that became kind of, I guess, if you want to say, my power shield, my superpower, right? That's what it looked like. And of course, it showed up in my school, in my grades, at university. It showed up in my home. It showed up in my marriage at times. It showed up raising my children, or, working when they were young. Back in university, I remember, for me, it was all about grades. And it's because that controlling mechanism from my father was about grades. Not, are you okay and struggling? But it was more about the grades. And so it became my structure, my control mechanism. And if my grades weren't performing, I wasn't performing where I knew or I expected myself to perform, I would get so stressed out that I, on 2 occasions, ended up in the hospital. And unfortunately, one of the occasions I was on suicide watch. Now, I haven't shared that with very many people, and I'm sharing that with you now because I felt like I had lost control. And so if I lost control, what was that going to look like for me? And so all of this control throughout, growing up, and that I've had throughout my life, has gotten me results, but it's really cost me my peace. And I realize that now, which is right. We're going through this learning experience called life, and that's what happens. So I just want to take just a moment, and I want to bring the slides back up here, and I want to ask you a question. What does control cost you? Where do you feel it in your body? When you feel control, where do you feel it in your body? I don't know if anybody wants to comment on where they feel it in their body. My picture right here shows where I feel it and where I've always felt it. A lot of us, I think, feel it right here on our shoulders, or we feel it in our gut, right? We get an upset stomach, right? Because our body goes into this sympathetic flight or fight mode rather than parasympathetic. And so we get, our unfortunately, our bowels moving. We get headaches. We feel that tension right up here, right? Yes, neck and shoulders. I see that. And this diagram is all of the stuff that I'm trying to control, right? It's all these little tidbits of lots of littles made up into one big bunch of stuff. And my hands are trying to control it. I'm trying to keep it there. I'm trying to keep it right there, right? Right there. It's that feeling. And I don't know, hopefully, you guys can identify with that in some way, shape, or form, but it always takes its toll on our bodies. It always does. So I want to go back to my story for just a moment. My husband passed away from brain cancer in 2014. And I was getting to a point right before he got diagnosed with cancer where I thought, you know what, I'm learning how to work with this. We were working together on it. I mean, nobody comes into a marriage perfect, but we had such a beautiful relationship. And then he got cancer. And talk about not being able to have control. It was very, very difficult, very difficult. Um, and so I clung tighter to what I thought would protect me during this time. And that was control. And after he passed away, I clung on to it even tighter. And it kind of just exploded. Because I was now parenting two very different boys, neurodivergent, by the way, boys, one with autism and one with ADHD. And on top of that, I was dealing with the grief that I was going through, the grief that my children were going through. And so the only thing I knew to do was to go back to where I was as a child and my upbringing. And that is control. That is going back to, if I control the outcome, if I keep it in this box, it's going to be okay and it's going to work out. Okay. And yeah, that wasn't working very well for me. The strict rules, the consequences, the getting upset with them, the anger, it just, it would help at times. I would see breakthroughs, but then I would see backfires. And I just decided I don't want to see the backfires as much anymore. This isn't comfortable for me. This isn't comfortable for my children. And this isn't how I want to parent them. And by the way, this isn't how I want to educate my kiddos in school either. So, and I didn't actually realize it at the time that I was really in this protective mode, right? So my nervous system had kind of gone into complete protection. So there was a turning point for me. So a few years after Alan passed, I realized something needed to change. And I started looking just not at my children's behavior, because we're always looking at our children's behavior. We're always looking at the behaviors in our classrooms, and whatnot. But I also started looking at my own behavior and kind of doing some introspect and saying, okay, is there something that I can change? What do I need to change to help the behaviors, to help what's happening at home and in the classroom, and to be a better teacher? So I started on my journey. I started meditating first and reading informational publications. I even took some classes, and it was very, very helpful. It definitely was helping me, and it was making a difference in my household and in the classroom. But I just have to say, and Kohila, I'm just saying it because I absolutely have been amazed at the process I've learned with Success Codes and with you, that the blocks to flow method was like the cherry on top, plus some whipped cream. I'm going to add some whipped cream in there too. So I was desiring this deeper connection in education. So I was like, okay, this is great. I love the blocks to flow method. I love the idea and becoming a learning success coach. But little did I know that it was going to help me in the place I needed it most, which was still parenting. And it was amazing, and it's been an amazing process. I started breathing more before correcting students in the classroom, correcting my children. I started softening my tone more when talking with them, and maybe asking to do something. There was just more of a pause, more of a reflection. And there has been more of a pause and a reflection. And what I have noticed is that through this whole process, that my boys are coming to the dinner table and wanting to talk a little bit more about what's happening in their lives and how their days are going, and just trusting a little bit more in my presence, right? Not so much, is mom going to be angry with me today about something? So yes, exactly. It's been wonderful, but I've actually also noticed it with my students as well. So being most recently, I teach at the college level, but I also teach in our local school district as well, and it is definitely something that I have been noticing um, to be so much more effective. Um, so I guess I'm just going to offer this before we go to my final slide. If you find yourself raising your voice, enforcing rules out of anger, out of panic, and that domination, it's got to be done, or feel like the idea of control is your only option, maybe go back to the exercise we did in the beginning, like touch your heart, do some breathing, maybe find a really good tapping exercise. There's a multitude of tapping exercises on the web, um, and ask yourself, am I leading from control or am I leading from presence? Right. So do that and ask yourself that question. I'm going to go to my next slide here. Let's see. So I really want to end with this. I really would like to end with it's a very small visualization. So I'm hoping that everybody can close their eyes and for just a moment. And I want you to think of the last time your child or a child, maybe in your classroom, maybe your grandparent, maybe it's your child, pushed back. And now ask yourself, was I trying to fix their behavior in my response? Or was I trying to regulate their nervous system? Because those are two very different things. And I would suggest that the latter, the nervous system, and helping them regulate their nervous system is going to do much more in the long run and be much more effective, right? So I have this question here. What would shift if I started with nervous system safety, not with control, compliance, or correction? So every time you feel that, maybe take that little pause and just say, what would change if I changed this? If I came from approaching it from nervous system safety and not so much control dominance, you know, um, I think you'll find that it might create a pivot for you. It does for me, anyways. Because really, at the end of the day, children really don't need us to control their emotions. I don't. I think they've got their own subset emotions, just like we do too, right? They don't need us to control them. They need us to help co-regulate them. Um, and when we model safety to them, right, and not just command respect, we're going to get that structure that we're looking for, right? That structure that we would like to see, more so than pointing our finger and going, go do this right now, or you're grounded, right? Because that a million times has come out of my mouth. I admit it. Okay. I'm here to admit that. So really, it's just leading with presence, not force. That's really the end of that. And yeah, I mean, really, Kohela, that's what I have to say about it.
Beautiful. And thank you so much for sharing and being
Yeah.
vulnerable here. Thank you. There's a lot of comments here, but there's a question, or was it a comment maybe from Success Codes? So how often do we start with the nervous system, with our nervous system? And that's really important that we talk about this, because it's very important, because we don't actually, sorry, just getting my headphone in. So we don't actually talk about nervous system at all. We just expect this body to just function, right? And then we just like always about output.
Right. Right. It's always this idea that we have to accomplish something versus just sitting back and being present and allowing things to flow a little bit more, right? The kind of going back to blocks to flow, allowing things to flow a little bit more, and then seeing that the outcome that we were hoping for actually naturally comes itself. If we provide that flow with a little bit of gentle guidance and reassurance versus dictating it.
And also, like with your story, what I was, as you were taking through me through your journey, what I really understood is that when your nervous system is alert or hijacked, then you're, sorry, I'm echoing for some reason. Okay, some reason it's echoed. If your nervous system is hijacked and you're triggered, then to parent someone younger, you will induce that energy to them.
Absolutely.
Even though you're like, oh, it's just me. No, you're giving it to them indirectly.
Right.
It's just passing. It's energy. It's all energy, right?
It's all energy.
Yeah, we have to be so
And
mindful.
also it goes back to that modeling, right? So if we're modeling that energy, they're going to pick up on it and they're going to model that energy. The same thing is going to happen. If you want to look at an analogy, if we sit there and use bad words all the time, our children are going to use bad words all the time. If we model that fight or flight constantly and our nervous system is there in that, they're going to model that, and that's going to come right back as well. So, yeah.
And if you talk to your kids from that place of compassion, right, instead of control, they're going to learn that from you, right? They're also going to talk to you that way, right? So we have some questions. Let's go over these. Lori has a question.
I'm trying to read it here. Do you feel that breathing works in your coaching and your classroom? If so, why don't more teachers use it? 100%. 100%. I believe that. I not only believe it, I've witnessed it. So I've actually not just witnessed it with my students, I've witnessed it with my children as well, especially my child with autism, right? The dysregulation that happens, it really helps him kind of come back. So why don't more teachers use it? Lori, I think that's a really good question. I think that maybe, time, maybe they don't find the time for it. Maybe they aren't aware of what it can do for the students.
But we'll waste time. We have to get the curriculum in. We've got to get the next test in.
You've got to get that in. You've got to get the testing in. You've got to get this done. You've got to get this done. And if it's not done on this schedule, then that needs to go by the wayside, right? And we do see that. We see that in education all the time. So I think that's probably.
Yeah, we make a lesson plan and we have to stick to it. And even if I want to do it, I'm not blaming any teacher or anybody. Even if I wanted to do it, I will then be told by someone else that those are things you're wasting time.
Right.
And you could have got another lesson in there and you could have been ahead or something, or you could have helped somebody, but we don't have that awareness yet, right? How much those things are going to ground us, makes us present. And that's what that nervous system needs. We don't give enough credit to it yet. We just think of it as a tool, but it's wasting time until we have that. Even if the teacher feels it's good, the administrators have to feel it's good. Even if the administrators are feeling good, the parents also have to feel good about it. Otherwise, they're going to be like, you guys are wasting an hour of class meditating. I don't think that's good. Like, we need to do work. Some parents are like that too, right? They want kids to do work.
It's true. Work. And that's a good example of my father. That's a very good example of exactly what I learned. And why my behavior, and that became my shield. I'm going to work. I'm going to perfect this. I'm going to control the outcome of it. And that's how I'm going to be successful.
Absolutely.
And I saw one more question. I don't know if we can take it or not, if we have time for that. I saw a question from Tony talking about, do they teach it in university? No. There's my long and short answer. I was never taught it. I was never taught it in university for getting my teaching credentials. I unfortunately, I know I'm seeing some comments here that people, weren't taught it until they met you, Kohila, and learned that that's what they could do. They could utilize those techniques in their classroom or with their children, whatever it might be. Yeah, it's unfortunate because again, we go back to kind of the mental health of our children and why it's not put as a priority is beyond me, but it should be. And if it is being taught now, I was not taught it in my teaching education.
Yeah, it's waste of time. We stand on that, right? Performance is everything. We need to keep learning, and we need to be pushing content, and we have content to be finished, and we need to end the year with performance.
Right. It's the performance and the numbers, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. And it's hardwired. Like that neurological pathway is so wired that even even though it took me a long time to preach, whatever I preach was to do it in real, because as a math teacher, I'm like, okay, let's get to math. No, you're not getting to math. Back off. Like I had to pray,
exactly.
because everybody came from math to me, right? Math help. Like go to math. No, don't go to math. They need more than that. This child.
Well, and that's why when I came on and went through the blocks to flow method, I was like, this is amazing, because we're not just going straight to helping a student academically. We're getting down to the root of what's going on and helping to co-regulate that system first so that they can learn, so that there is that learning ability that will far exceed anything than just putting academic on top of academic on top of academic and expecting pure performance. So
yes, thank you, Andrea. So control does not equal connection.
Yes,
does not equal connection.
It does not equal connection. And I don't know if I put in there we could have, I was giving some coaching sessions away. Yeah. So there it is. mindflowsuccess@gmail.com, and claim your free 5-day coaching experience. And what we'll look at is what your child needs. And then we'll kind of co-create a personalized plan going forward on how to help them succeed. Right.
If you're a parent who is stuck in control, because that is what it is, right? Blocked.
It is.
Into control because of your past experiences, and you feel like, why am I not parenting, and start blaming or shaming yourself, I would take this amazing gift. And again, all of these links are in the journal, so don't worry about copying it. I know when I copy, I miss a letter or two sometimes. so it's going to be in the journal, so you'll always have the QR code for you to take it from. So thank you. So what does control equal then? If control does not equal connection, what does control equal? Anything? What does it equal? Let's make it up. It equals chaos.
It equals chaos. Yeah. I mean, I was going to say something a little bit.
No, go. What does it? Don't tell me, because I've never had control. I was out of.
Well, let's put it this way. I was going to say something along the lines of just complete shutdown. And I was taking that from my own experience with control. Just complete
control equal.
Yeah. Just shut down. Just it's not going to necessarily get you where you want to be.
Yes. And connection equals safety, nervous
system safety. Actually love, presence. Actually, connection equals relationship.
And that morphic field.
relationships, that morphic feeling, that just and that right there is so powerful. So powerful.
It's more than words. When you start sharing energy field, it's more than words.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thank
It
you
is.
so much.
Thank you. I
Yes,
appreciate
come back
it.
at 1 o'clock because we're gonna have a panel. So come back.
I will be there. I will be there.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much. And go and check out all the chat. Thank you for all the chats. It's amazing to see all the conversations that's happening. Thank you. And we have our next speaker. That is Coach Becky. How are you? Welcome.
I'm great. How are y'all? Looks like we're having a good day.
We are. We're so excited because our nervous system is calm and we're learning. Look at all these comments.
Andrea
We're
did a
all
wonderful job.
presents. So
Yes.
what are we talking about now? What we don't see, they carry. Interesting. Love it. Love it.
When we are, this is like very near and dear to my heart because this is who I was. I was the parent that that didn't see that I was placing so much on my children that I had no idea. And
Don't
so
worry. Don't worry. Hold on. I got to introduce you because I got some amazing things to show about yourself.
Okay.
So they have to meet you first. Look at her. My favorite pose. She stands for breaking the cycle of. She's going to share. She was already there. I stopped her, but she'll share soon. She believes avoidance doesn't protect our kids. It quietly teaches them to. Wait, she'll tell us. She is committed to guiding families to name and release something. She's going to share, definitely. We won't let her go. So make sure you ask her that if she forgets. She is here to show us that what we heal, our children don't have to.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Now it's all yours. You can tell us. We're ready.
Well, as I was saying, this is very near and dear to my heart because as a young parent, a single parent with my first child, my parenting has grown so much. And when I was thinking back at what the ways that I could have helped my son, my oldest, I realized something. And so it's become a very passionate thing for me to talk about and to share. Because when we carry things, it's like an invisible bag. And I was carrying things. And so what you are unable to see, you don't realize that your children are carrying that weight for you. So it was what was unspoken became unshakable. And so I wanted something different for my son. And you'll hear some stories about both of my kids and me sharing, being very vulnerable with y'all today about how I've grown through this process of this invisible bag and what to do with it. So the first thing I want everyone to do before we get started is I want everyone to take a deep breath. I'm going to count to 4. And then I'll ask you to hold and then we'll exhale. So if you'll inhale, hold, exhale. Exhale the guilt. Exhale it all. Exhale the should have known thoughts. Anything that's going on with you right now. Because I'm telling you, you're a good parent. You are a good educator. We just have to find ways that we can come back to the root and the soil of what's really truly going on with the kids and understand what's underneath that behavior. And a little bit about what we'll talk about today is going to be that change in noticing what we are doing and how we can fix that. Okay. So today isn't about perfect parenting, and it's just about being a real parent. So today we're going to find out what we don't see. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read this quote to you, and I'm going to read it, and then we're going to do something with it. So it says, hurry kills presence, worry kills peace, doubt kills faith, ego kills love. Now, if I read that backwards, love kills ego, faith kills doubt, peace kills worry, presence kills hurry. Isn't that pretty? It is just that thought that if we would just slow down and allow ourselves a little bit of space and a little bit of grace, we can start changing just something simple as how we look at things. This is a very looking forward is very negative, but looking at it backwards, we can see the love and how it completely changes everything. And it's that simple. It's that one little step that you can take in order to just start seeing peace in your life and peace in your children's lives. So with the quote,
I have to say I love it. Love it.
Thank you.
It's so powerful. Thank you. Thank you.
The question I thought of is first thing I thought of was, have you ever been in the kitchen and in the mornings and your child comes in and you're out of sorts? Maybe you didn't sleep well. Maybe you're just stressed out and things you're noticing. And your kid tells you, what's wrong? What's going on, Mom? That is us carrying things and they're feeling that weight. That is like a prime example of it. There are 4 types of things that we put in our invisible bag. So I want you to imagine that we're carrying around this invisible bag. And in this bag, we're putting in things of ours, but we don't see it. So our kids are carrying it. We just simply just hand it over to them and we're like, here you go. I want you to hold that for me. I'm not going to explain it to you. I'm not going to share anything about it. I just need you to hold it because Mom or Dad can't handle it right now. But we don't even know that we're doing it. And so the first one is called invisible. Invisible. This is our, we'll talk more about it in a minute, but invisible is more of your everyday things. There's emotional. It's obviously emotional. That's the things that we feel and how we react. Unattached is going to be grudges, fears, anxiety, the things that we tend to like label to oh, I have anxiety for this or whatever. That's unattached burdens. And there are things that we can do to help relieve some of that stress for ourselves. And then legacy. Legacy is the one I think people see the most in our bag. It is the historical events that have happened, cultural beliefs. This is going to be religious beliefs, but it's going to be other things too. It's going to be this is the way it's always been. We don't cry in this family. Those kind of comments. And the first one I want to look a little bit more on is invisible. Invisible is the busyness that we have in our life. Overscheduling. We think we're doing the right thing by having all 4 of our kids in all the sports that they can be in because we want to provide those things, those amazing things for our kids. But we're also not remembering that we have our own things to do, like cleaning the house and the laundry and the doctor's appointments and the work worries and all the things that are going on in the world today. And what this says to our children, the busyness especially, is simply telling our kids, I don't have time for you. It's screaming that to them. And my daughter I am a part of an organization, and I was over the state. So I was on the state board, and I did that for 4 years. Then I moved up to regional, which means I would be over 5 states. So when I moved there, my daughter started acting funny about my organization. She was always very supportive of it. And she's a teenager, and she would constantly have something negative to say about it. Would never want me to go. When I would leave, she would bother me with these what I consider trivial things. But what I didn't realize is that with me, after she had, and to also include, she had asked me to take a break from it. She had asked me, "Hey, mom, could you not go to regional? Could you not do anything past state for a couple of years until I get out of high school?" And I didn't listen to her because it was very important to me. And I did it anyway. And then seeing my daughter go through this and having her feel and tell me, "Mom, I don't feel like you have time for me. You don't listen to me anymore." That broke my heart. I cannot believe that I didn't see that. And that was this bag that I was carrying that I would just kind of chunked over to her and said, "Look, if you're dedicated enough, you can do these things." But I wasn't listening to her. I wasn't listening to what she needed. And my busyness didn't mean that I was doing something good in the world. It just meant I was busy. I wasn't doing what I truly felt in my heart I wanted to do. And so that kind of put me in my place, per se, and really start thinking about, I'd always heard high school kids need our love more than a toddler. They need us more present. And we tend to think they're more independent and then they could go certain ways. And so I had to reclaim my bag and pull that out and do some things with it, reschedule some things. And it is like my life is so much calmer for it. So not only did she express that to me, but not all of our kids can express that to us. What you don't know is that she expressed that in anger, and we'll get to that one next. Emotional. The emotional that's in the baggage. My daughter used emotional and invisible. She yelled at me to tell me that I didn't have time for her. And that wasn't it at all. I was avoiding her emotions by continuing to do it because I thought I could juggle both things. So she was in the frustrated stage. Then I was in the avoidance stage, and then she ended up shutting down. And that wasn't doing anything except for me telling Chloe that I'm scared of her feelings. You don't want me in this space with you, and you don't know what to do with my feelings when I give it to you. And that was not the case, but that was what I was showing her at that time. The third one is unattached. Grudges, fear, anxiety, self-esteem. This kind of goes to my son, being a single mom. Caleb would always fear that something would happen to me, like what happened to his dad. And so he was always on alert, asking questions, and then he would act out. And I didn't understand why he would act out when this is elementary for him. And it ended up being that he had this fear that at the time I was in the hospital having a lot of tests done, and he was afraid I was going to leave him too. And so this was a moment where I had just kind of moved aside. I didn't talk about my surgery. He didn't even know about it. He didn't know I was sick. It wasn't a conversation I had with him. It was, I have to go to the hospital for a couple of days and I'll be back. So I feel like maybe in hindsight that should have been I should have given space to it. Hey, I understand that you're fearful in this moment. How can I help you with that fear? But I was in my emotional avoidance at the time. So the fourth one is legacy. Legacy is one, gosh, I think this one probably hits most people it hits them the most because it's the most seen. I know when I was growing up, we called this the generational curse, which is such a negative word. But having emotional inheritance, even though it's something we don't necessarily want to pass on to our children, it's not a negative. It's not a bad thing. We just have to be aware of it. We have to know it's there and we have to do something with it when we know it's there. But in my family, we had addictions. Those were big things, historical events. I've had numerous coworkers who've told me about different events that have happened just during COVID and other times that have really transformed them into having fears. Their cultural beliefs, believing that if they didn't follow this particular belief, that something bad would happen to them. And then just our own childhood trauma. I have a childhood trauma. Mine was more of in college, but my trauma, I just buried it and handed it over to my son when he was little, I was very overly protective. I was scared of him going to anyone's house. I was scared of him doing anything. I had to be there all the time. I had to know all the things. And I just didn't let him breathe. And I didn't want him to share with me his emotions because I didn't know what to do with it. And so I was like carrying so much of this bag. And then I was able to come across a quote of statistics. And it says 81% of adults have issues that silently drip into their parenting, even when they've never told their kids a word. And that really stepped on my toes. I was dripping into my children's life, the very things I never want my children to experience. And so I had to really look internally. And then there was the guilt and there was all the things that came with it, but I didn't have a reason to feel guilty. I was learning something for the very first time. It was okay that I had just learned this. This was the time to now do something with it. I can't move my slide. Thank you. So trauma that is passed on from generation to generation is what I'm calling emotional inheritance. You can go to the next one too. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So how I put this up here to kind of show how this looks. So if you are with a student, with a child, with in anyone really, and you're looking at a behavior, when a child has a behavior, then that stresses the parent out. I've talked about that over my invisible bag. And then my risk factors turn into parent dysregulation. And then as I'm dysregulated, my child starts to become dysregulated and he stresses out, which leads to the behavior. And so it's like this, I call it a WWE ring. So it's like this huge scene and there's all this fighting going on emotionally and unattached and all these things going on. And it's like a WWE fight going on in my living room, but without the costumes. So it's not as much fun. But when we look at this, I was like, okay, if there's so much more to this, and if I slow down, then my son will slow down. If I slow down, my daughter will slow down. So let me take back a notch and say, okay, what's really going on? What do I need to know to be able to help my kids? And the things that we can do is this is blocks to flow. I don't know what's going on. Okay. So there are 4 things that you can do. Number 1 is you can name it and validate it, even if it's really, really messy. That's probably the hard part, is being able to listen to what the other person's saying, whether it's your child or another adult, and say, okay, this is what this is, and this is messy, and we need to sit down and work on it. And that's where the space comes in. And when I say space, there are 2 types. There is space that you physically let them calm down, or you physically have to calm yourself down. But the other space is a little different. You have to give them space to share their feelings with you without being judgmental. And that's super hard because we want to be defensive, but that's not the place to do it. And I'll tell you that it takes practice. That takes a lot of practice. And it takes modeling it too, but modeling's a little different. So with modeling, it's me trying to see, okay, my son Caleb feels this way, so let me see it from his point of view. And my best example of this is when my daughter has several chronic illnesses. When she first got it, I just wanted to fix it. And she would tell me things that were going on that was making her illness worse. And I was avoiding it because I hadn't addressed this part yet. I had not gotten to the point where I had given myself time to understand what she was dealing with. She was dealing with a lot. And so she'd say, Mom, you're not listening to me. She's like, I know you physically are supportive, but I don't feel emotionally supported right now. And I was like, how many of my sessions have you been listening to? Because she's talking to me the way I should be talking to myself. And I had to really look at her through her point of view. And I had to really say, okay, that's it. But I know that modeling was something because she was looking through my perspectives in her voice to me, and I was looking through her perspective in response to her. And it just took a little time. And then the 4th step is, hey, if you need help from someone, there are coaches out here that can help you with those things, whether it's just it doesn't have to be academic. It can be just, hey, my child's struggling with this, or I'm struggling with this challenge right now. How can we work through this? Or can you share a strategy or something like the breathing that we've been talking about? I know that that's a big thing that we do, but there's so many strategies out there that we can use to show you just ways to, there's tapping. You'll learn about tapping, I think, later in the week. And that has been that's my most recent strategy that I absolutely love. So when can you start? You can start now. It just takes now, like it just takes you saying right now, today I'm going to choose to do this differently. And then the more you practice it and the more you practice it, it's going to become so natural that you will not recognize yourself from 6 months from now, from 3 months from now. And other people will even, I remember when I first started my journey and people would say, what's going on with you? What's different about you? And it was just, oh, let me tell you. I was just so excited. So you are in awareness just by being here and just having the thought that, wow, I can do this little thing, or this right here will help me in this area over here, whether it's making a plan for your child or a student in class. If you have a student has bad time management, it's just a simple thing to talk to them and start helping them with a few strategies in there. But you have to get their nervous system back in alignment. And that's really what comes after awareness, is getting it back in. Because it's kind of like Wi-Fi. If it's overloaded, everything buffers, including our parenting. And so you don't get to choose your trauma in your life, but you do get to choose what you do with it. So, those of you that are joining us, I would like to see what is one thing that I now see that I don't want my child to carry. And if you don't mind hashtagging hashtag I see now.
So
Shame.
any shame.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Mine was self-esteem,
Yep.
low self-esteem. And they don't have it.
No. Anyone else wants to share? What do you not want your child to carry that you carried? What else can they let go? Guilt.
Yeah.
What else, Becky? What else parents can not give it to their kids? Past trauma.
Oh yes, past trauma, fear,
Perfection.
fear of failure, perfection. I love that one. That's a big one in my house. Insecurity, yes.
Insecurity, and then fear of not just failure, but also decision. Fear of decisions is a huge one. Because how you make decisions when you're with your child is how they learn to make decisions on their own.
Mm-hmm.
If I get always paralyzed, my child also will be paralyzed in making decisions, right? Indecision is it's a disease.
I also see over here a fear of mistakes, unkindness to themselves. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Low self-worth. Yes.
Have to do it all, yes.
Yes.
As mamas, we like to do it all, and then we tell our kids, "You do too. Please do."
And it's interesting. I was talking to my mom the other day, and she's like, "Well, we took classes on how to do this, and because she thinks she has to have a 7-course meal and a big spread of dishes out just to have a friend over for tea." And I'm like, "Mom, just invite them over." And she's just has to do it all. And I'm like, "Mom, it's stressing you out. Like you're stressing me out. let's slow down." And that's a simple example, but it's kind of like you can see the as it goes down the house and carries over to your children, because now I want it to be perfect because she wanted it to be perfect.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. That was good. We got it all out. Now no one's carrying anything, Becky. Thank you.
Yay!
Awesome. You have something to give or share?
I do. It's coming, I know. So for the first 5 families, you would get a month of decoding coaching package. This would help clear your blocks. This would create a path to flow, and you can claim it by emailing me at brachel06@yahoo.com.
So
And
thank you.
yeah.
Any questions for Becky? You made something that's very very heavy weighted. We're carrying weights as we speak, right? So you made it into something that we can all relate and understand, and how you told your story. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, it was amazing. It's a lovely gift. Here, there's Catherine has a comment for you. I heard my daughter repeat something I said to her 10 years ago in frustration. I realized she was still carrying it. Yes, yes. Yes. How many of us heard our parents say something and we still have it, right?
Yes. How many of us sound like our parents?
It's another story. And then you catch yourself. Oh, that's my dad. Stop it. That sounds like somebody else. I don't want to speak like that. Yes.
Okay, people. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I would be glad to share some more of my strategies and about tapping.
Yes.
I tapped before I came on my presentation. That's how much I believe in it.
Of course. Yeah, it works really well, especially when you get down to your
Yes.
your nose, under your nose. I really feel it.
Here.
Yeah, here. But this one, if you're
Yeah.
like you're trying to get rid of something that you're upset or mad, this one turns it on really. Like I like it when I under my nose. I'm like, yes, I'm not doing it anymore. Awesome. We do have a tapping on Friday, so we're excited
Yes,
about it.
I'm so
But to
excited
share
about
with us, and again, Coach Becky's, all her information is in the journal. You have the journal. If you
Yes.
don't, the link is in here in the chat. Grab it, and you can connect with her anytime. Thank you, Becky. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. I'll be back with the next speaker. So we have Lisa. Welcome. Thank you for coming and waiting. Thank you. And I have to say, Lisa, your commitment is exceptional.
Thank
And
you.
I say that because she's not been well for the past, I don't know, 2 weeks now.
It's been a few weeks now. Something's dragging on, but I had to be here because I've been so excited about this event.
Yeah. So thank you for honoring and coming and being here with us. So you're going to talk about passed down pain. Can we do that? Do we do that? I'm kidding. Okay. When kids hold what we can't name. Beautiful. But I do have to introduce her. She's an amazing mom. She stands for breaking the chain of unspoken of something. We're going to find out. She believes behaviors we don't understand are often something, right? There. Yeah. She is committed to helping parents see the hidden stories. There she is with her son reading stories. She's going to give us some hidden stories. And she is here to show us that when we process our own something, something happens. And that's what I'm excited about. Thank you, Lisa. Welcome.
Thank you. A lot of somethings there that we're going to find out. So, there are some things that we've never said, things that we've never cried for that needed to be cried for. And sometimes it's our kids that end up carrying those things for us, even when we don't realize it. So I just want to start with this being upfront, totally honest. This is not about guilt. It is very easy at times to feel guilt, but this is not about guilt. This is about holding back and learning to hold our own so that our kids don't have to hold things that weren't theirs. All right, so take a moment, put your hand to your heart, take a deep breath. Feel your chest rise and fall. You are safe here. And we will not feel guilt. We are safe. And we are here for our kids. All right. So thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. So I'm just going to start with a story. I have two children, a wonderful 9-year-old and a wonderful almost 5-year-old. And about 2.5 years ago, we had some really big changes in our family. So just going back to kind of my son's dad. So my son's dad was about 3, same age our son was, when things really started to go off track for him. He was having really big reactions. He was having trouble concentrating. Looking back, it makes a lot of sense that he was probably autistic. He was never diagnosed, but accepts and understands that he probably is, and there are strategies that can help him. But instead of getting help and guidance from his parents, he got abandonment. His parents went back to their addictions. He was moved from home to home. And just imagine that. You're 3 years old. You're trying to make sense of your body, your brain, your feelings, and add neurodivergence on top of that at a time where there was much less knowledge, but then doing that all by yourself. That's a really hard thing to even imagine. Now, fast forward a few decades later, our son Michael turned 3. Amazing kid. He is the most amazing kid.
When he was 3, he was diagnosed with autism. He was and is, I can't even use past tense there, a tough kid, but an amazing kid. And I am so lucky and happy that I get to be his mom. But he needed more from us. He needed more regulation, more presence, more flexibility, all of which were even more difficult to give because of how strong he was communicating with his behaviors that he needed those things. And his dad just unraveled. He became controlling, very volatile. He was cruel at times. Like it truly broke our family. And then one day it really hit me. This had nothing to do with our son, Michael, and his behaviors and his issues and what he was struggling with. This was about his dad's pain. His dad's pain from when he was 3 years old. His unprocessed pain that was spilling out onto our son. And our son was struggling more and more every day. He wasn't getting that regulation, that presence, that flexibility from us that he needed because history was trying to repeat itself. His dad's reactions were not random. They were his nervous system. They were protecting him the only way it knew how. He had no choice when he was 3 years old and left on his own to deal with these things. And your body remembers. His body was protecting himself. He was doing the best that he could, the best he knew how. But when Michael's needs started mirroring his old wounds, it was too much. You couldn't handle it. And that's the thing about pain. If we don't deal with it, it doesn't go away. It just hides and it waits. It waited for decades. It waited till our son was 3. It waited until there was something similar. He'd always said for the first 3 years of his life that, oh, Michael was just like me. I was always so happy, but I got in trouble all the time. I'm like, oh, okay. And when he started, when Michael's behavior started to get him in trouble at school or get him labels, he's been kicked out of 3 preschools, daycares at this point. That was when it became too much because his pain was what he was then feeling. And this is what I call legacy imprint. So for me, the turning point there was realizing that I didn't have to be perfect. And I couldn't be perfect in this situation. I just had to be present. I couldn't heal his dad for his dad or for my son. I couldn't change the fact that Michael's autistic. But I could stay. And I could choose to be curious instead of to control. I could choose to regulate myself. I could choose to support instead of fix. But I had to be willing to be wrong, to learn, to question old assumptions, and most importantly, regulate my nervous system. So displacement is when there's pain that we haven't processed that gets passed down. Not through our words, but through our nervous system. So think of this. Our kids don't just inherit our eye color or our laugh, which I'll get to later when my adopted child mirrors my nervous system. They can also inherit this weight, this pain that we never put down. So just like Becky had talked about in her talk, that there is this invisible backpack. And our kids and our students, they're all wearing this invisible backpack. So when I look at it from the teacher lens, I realize I don't know what is in that invisible backpack, but I know that there is something, and those kids are holding that. And it's not filled with their stuff. It's filled with our stuff. It's filled with the adults in their lives stuff. So let's try something. I want you to close your eyes if you're comfortable. Picture your child in a meltdown. Whose voice do you hear in your head? Do they remind you of something about yourself? Whose pressure are they reacting to? When they lash out, whose pain or insecurity are they echoing? I had what most people would call a good childhood. I did. I have two wonderful, loving parents. I have a sister and a brother. I went to good schools, and it never even occurred to me that my basic needs wouldn't be met. I don't have any like moment defining trauma passed on from my family, or like identifying moment that I can say, here's when it all changed. And I'm so fortunate, and I'm so lucky, and I recognize how lucky and privileged I am to have that. But I still carry some heavy things. I feeling like I always had to be strong. Believing that I had to be everything for everyone. Feeling guilty when I couldn't meet everyone's need. And honestly, it was way easier to see this pattern in my son's dad. His pain was loud, it was obvious, it was defining, but mine was a lot quieter, and it was a lot harder to spot. But what I'm grateful for in his story is that it really helped give me a lens. It really helped me see that I'm also passing on my own invisible weight to my kids. In my coaching work, I often see the same thing. I'll work with a student, and through them, I can start seeing patterns in the parent. Things that maybe they might not have noticed yet, as I didn't either. I didn't notice until I saw the other parent doing it with louder things. That's why when I do work with families and students, I don't just work with the student. I work with the whole family. Sometimes something might be the squeaky wheel, like we're not happy about the grades or the behaviors, the phone calls home, the attitude or the moods or the apparent lack of effort. So we're concerned about our child, and that's what we do as parents. But we and your child, we're a product of our environment. So the whole environment needs to be looked at. And I say that without judgment because I've been there. Our kids show us what still hurts us. And we can look at it as, okay, well, I'm ashamed of that. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that our kids show us these things so that we're ashamed. I think they show it to us so that we can free ourselves and free them of it. So I've been there. For me, it shows up most as a mom. My daughter's adopted, and yet somehow she still manages to remind me of all of my insecurities. There were times where she would be driving me absolutely up the wall, and I could not figure out why my reaction was so intense. But then it really hit me. She was holding up a mirror. I was seeing little pieces of myself in her, the parts that I hadn't exactly made peace with, which hardly seems fair because I did think that by adopting, I would skip the whole like mini me thing, but that didn't happen. But that's the thing about what we carry. It's not biology that gets the final say. Kids absorb what is around them. What is around them that has been healed? What is around them that hasn't been healed? Just by being in our presence. Whether it be a coach's presence, a teacher's presence, a parent's presence. That's why our work matters. Not just for us, but so that our kids don't have to carry what was never meant to be theirs in the first place. And this includes, I'm speaking to anybody here. I mean, obviously parents, but I'm speaking to anybody here that works with children. because they're in our presence. And if they're in our presence, they're picking up on it. So here are 2 phrases that I use that could be useful. So if it's something like inherited trauma, you could say, or that I have said, this didn't start with them. Let me hold what's mine. So this might be in the middle of a meltdown. This might be when you get that feeling in your body when the school calls about something your kid did. Or when a child is acting up in your class the same way that you may have, or for some of the same reasons. You say that this didn't start with them. Let me hold what's mine. Take a deep breath and just be present. Now, also being someone that doesn't necessarily have that defining moment or that traumatic experience like my son's dad, but just for that everyday overwhelm, for those things that I still carry with my great childhood. I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be here. I can't tell you how many times I've said that. How many times I said that today. I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be here. That has stopped me and saved me from a lot of overreactions that I would have felt guilt and shame over after. I just have to be there. All right, so if you're ever watched your child melt down and felt shamed, know that you are not failing. It means you're feeling. And feeling is the beginning of healing. This might be the first time in your family's history that somebody is feeling to heal. So your child's behavior isn't rebellion. It's not a reflection of you being a bad parent. It's your child giving you the opportunity to heal and address and focus on being present so that everyone has peace. So like I said, kind of not all of that inherited pain is traumatic. It's not a dramatic moment. Sometimes it's that quiet stuff. It's the perfectionism. It's impossible standards. Unspoken shame. The need to feel like you're not a burden. And I know that those things that I feel from my life were never intentional. But I want to be intentional about making sure that my children don't feel those things. Because it's not, intention doesn't determine impact. But here's the good news. Just like those things can be passed down, so can healing. And our kids don't need us to be perfect. Our kids don't need us to be healed. They need us to be aware. They need us to feel. They need us to be healing. Even those wounds that are not obvious. They don't want flawless parents because, let's be honest, those do not exist. They do not exist. Anybody you think is flawless, they're just doing a really good job at hiding it. They just need us to be aware. And that pain didn't start with you, but that healing, that can start with you. And maybe it already has. So thank you for being the parents, the ones who are going to see this and to do that healing and to do that work, to be that true presence that our kids need. And those that are willing to work with a coach, to allow yourself to be vulnerable, because our kids tell us things. They tell us things with our words. They tell us things with our behavior, with their behaviors. Sometimes in a session with me, they'll even tell me what drives them crazy about when I do this, my mom reacts this way. But from my lens, I can look and I can be like, oh, that kind of makes sense. I might need to let mom know. Mom know that maybe this is something that she doesn't realize she needs to work on. So thank you so much for allowing me to come speak today. I was very excited to share that.
Thank you, Lisa, for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing everything about your little boy and your little girl. Yes, you said some amazing things, like amazing. Anybody have any questions for her? Feeling is the beginning of healing.
Mm-hmm.
And the perfect word came up so many times. I can only imagine how much you actually struggled with that.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta be perfect. Not only you, like some of us too, right? I gotta be perfect. I gotta be perfect.
Especially for those with siblings, it's so easy to compare. And I don't think my parents ever compared, but I felt compared. I did compare. And that had a big impact on me.
Yes, absolutely. And it's normal, right, for us to grow up and see something is different. It's automatic to compare, but then what does that leads to? And that's why as parents, we have to have this conversation. We're different. Your brother is different. Your sister is different. You are different.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Anyone has any questions? So here's a question. I was looking for a question. Kim says, what do you do for yourself during those major meltdowns?
Well, I say to myself, I just need to be present. And I will ask my kid it's usually him, if he wants a squeezy, a hug, or if he wants space. And if he wants a squeezy, I enjoy that hug and get as much out of it as I can. I think I might get more out of it than he does. But if he wants to be left alone, then I make sure that I take that moment to do something that regulates me. Sometimes it is like getting a piece of ice in my hand and saying, like, he just needs my presence, or opening the freezer. For me, obviously, changing temperature helps. Or even just taking deep breaths, walking into the other room and just moving around or stretching, just something. And it's good to have, and those are things that I've had to think about, because in that moment, I'm not accessing any of those things. So I have intentionally thought about those things where, like, if my kid needs me regulated, then it is my job to know exactly how to do that when I'm not. And when I'm not is not the time to decide how to do it. So thank you for that question.
Well, what about, can we talk about what about adults having meltdowns? That happens.
They do. And I think it's the same. This person is not going to affect me. I'm going to still take a deep breath. I'm not going to ask them if they want a squeezy, but I am going to use all of my strategies to make sure that their meltdown does not affect me and bring me into dysregulation.
What about if I'm a wife?
Make it worse.
What about if I'm a wife or a mom? What about if I have a meltdown? Can I have one?
Everybody's do. We all do. I do. And I want people to offer me grace and understanding, and I don't want to bring them down with me. No. And I know, and sometimes it's reminding myself that they don't want that either. When they're having that moment, that sometimes life is hard. Our nervous systems many of us don't have a super regulated nervous system because of the knowledge of it when we were growing up. And
what nervous system? What are we talking about?
Exactly. It's like, oh, are you really nervous?
Where's that system located? I don't know.
But it's really just about recognizing that I've had moments where I have not been my best self, and others do too. And I know that my intentions are never to bring somebody else down or to hurt somebody else. So I'm going to give them that grace that that's what they want to. And I'm going to remind myself of that in the moment, because it can be very difficult in that moment.
There's another question for you.
How do we start the healing when we have impacted our children? Connection. And like I said, I have 2 children, and I do feel like I am doing makeup work. My son is fortunate in this whole regulation and impact on our children to be the second child. And I have to be very intentional about that connection and that acknowledgement and that vulnerability, age appropriate vulnerability, but that vulnerability with my children, especially with my daughter who's older. She witnessed more. She did have those traumatic moments in her early childhood that she will one day go back and look on. And I hope that her story is that when she was 5 or 6 years old, her mom really became aware and worked on regulating herself and helping me learn how to regulate. And that's why I do the work that I do, because I hope that is my daughter's story when she's older, that her mom did do all this work.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Do you have something to share with us or the audience?
I do. So I do strongly believe that every behavior is a communication. Every behavior has a reason. It has a purpose behind it. It has a need that's not being met. So I would love to continue the conversation. So I have my website. It's listed down below to learn more. And the first 3 families that book a call will get a free month of Blocks to Flow coaching through me. But if you do that, you have to be ready to be vulnerable and to be willing to, if your child is giving patterns, to look into yourself, where have I contributed to those patterns?
You mean I have to be willing to let go of my pain?
You do. And it's hard, but man, it is freeing and it is worth it. And then when you start seeing your children thrive, it is some pretty cool stuff.
Beautiful. Thank you for the gift. Again, if you don't have to copy her website, if you grab the journal, I have included her website, her email, all the socials as well. So that's where you can reach out to Lisa. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing the vulnerability.
Thank you so much.
It made us connect so deeply with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. We have the wrap up, but I wanted to talk about the rest of the MC systems I've been sharing. So I already shared 4. Hopefully you remember them, but I will review. But now I want to go over the rest of it, which is the mass control, the parenting, managing children through behavior charts, timeouts, and performance metrics instead of co-regulations. We talked a lot about that today. And connection. Have we talked about connection today? I think so. And shaping them to meet the trends. You know how many trends have come and gone, right? This type of parenting, that type of parenting, do this, don't do this, and then external expectation, rather than trusting the parent's instinct and intuition. As parents, when we give birth, we are given intuition and instinct as part of being human, but we have moved away because we just have so much information floating around and we're just looking for the next best tips. But that is sometimes found by connecting to you, like Lisa just presented. Like, we don't even know what we're sharing, right? So tips and hacks don't make any sense when you don't know. You're actually, without knowledge, sharing your pain and carrying this weight and giving it to your child or someone you love. So this is another MC system. The other one is the mass captive, the media, social media, designed for what? Your attention. It traps that keeps your mind reactive, distracted, and disconnected from inner signals, not only inner signals, but the signals around you. Sometimes I walk on the street and people have these headphones and they're all into their phone. They don't even know what's happening around them. You know, there's safety. Sometimes I question, would they even notice if there's something was to go wrong? Because we're so consumed. So this massive captive, these people who created these social media and all of these platforms, they don't even let their kids go on it, but we as users were using it, right? So users, somebody said users are drug users. Now the media users is kind of gives you the same addiction, right? Anyone in the audience relate to this? Same addiction, same hormones? And the last one I'm going to share with you is the mass connection technology. How many of us think, like today, I'm able to connect to a global audience through this, which is great when we use it in the right way, but at the same time, this offering of this constant connectivity while eroding presence, right? We don't feel presence anymore, the depth and the real world, the safety or the relationship. And when sometimes, even when my child was young, their friends will come and I would hear no sound. I thought, these 7, 8-year-old boys should be making a lot of noise. I should be going and saying, shush, shush. I don't hear them. And I go down, they're all on their devices. And I said, what kind of play date is this? Like, you came here to play. If you wanted to be on your device, why did you all gather here? You could have just been in your house, right? So this new era demands new form of parenting. That's why you don't have to be perfect. I think you heard that from our speakers today as well. So those are the seven MC systems I'm talking about. The food, the mass consumption, giving us no nutrients, just empty calories, which is creating a massive problem. And we call it behavior, but it's coming through that. We have the mass compliance, we are all product of that as educators, and all of you listening, if you've gone through the school system, we're all product of that. And then the mass correction is the healthcare system is correcting and masking and giving us more pills to cover more symptoms, but we don't get to the root cause of it. And then the mass conditioning is the society, and the mass control is the parenting, that we always looking for the next trend instead of listening to our own heart, what it says. And the media is huge now, right? Everybody's distracted. Everybody's attention is now the currency. Everybody wants your attention. So that massive captive and the mass connection, we feel like we're all connected. The technology is taking that connection away. So what does this mean? This is all bad? No, we just have to be aware. Awareness is the first step in any change. Next comes the alignment. So that's why I'm saying it's not something to scare you. I want to take you from this MC systems that are controlling or in our life doing all these conditioning to your system, which is the my system, which is by Friday of this week, day 5. That's our goal here, is to do that. So what does this give you? All of these systems working together. What do they give us? It gives us chaos. Anyone feeling chaos in this world right now? Yes, that's why we all feel this unrootedness, right? We feel like we're just floating, we're doing things, and we're just not. This is just a place of, we feel something is uneasy, right? And then confusion and conformity are the things that come resulting from it. And from that, now we have a generation of kids who are showing behaviors that we're not aware of how to help them. So what do? So you see all these MC systems, how they have shaped us, our children, our culture, and how it's time to reclaim what's been buried. It's time. That's what exactly we're doing here. So I have our our speakers coming back. So what I want to do is I want to show you what happened today. Was our day 2. So day 2 was all about see what's misaligned, right? So we saw what is misaligned. So we're going to start the alignment by tomorrow. That's what's happening tomorrow. So if you were here when Gina Riley was here, she is an expert in intrinsic motivation. So I hope you took some notes. As I said, there's her contact information. And then we have Kristen. Is Kristen here? Are all my coaches back? Speakers? Don't see Kristen yet. I'll just mute you guys and so Kristen's here, her information's here. So this booklet is so important. Now, if you're looking at this from yesterday and going, you know what, I'm too busy to fill any of this up. I already was busy. I'm already spending learning over here. I just don't have time. Guess what? That's your nervous system. That block is talking to you. You should take some time somewhere from now. These videos are going to be up on our channel. So watch it again, take some notes, just really take in the information, because the minute you start that rejection means that you really need this information. That's how I go by. If I ever start rejecting something, that's when I get really curious, why am I rejecting it, and I go more in depth to it. So if your nervous system is saying that, please do take care of that. And again, all the speakers' informations are here, so you never have to worry about writing all those emails down, because I always forget, or I always write them wrong. Awesome. We have our coaches here. This is the panel. So I have some stuff to ask them. So Kristen's not here. So we'll go to Allison. Allison, you've seen how a label can become a whole story. How do you help families hold a diagnosis lightly, using it as a tool without letting it define the child's identity?
So I come at the topic, of course, with compassion and empathy, knowing that when they are going forward with the diagnosis and they are now so diagnosis and label centered, because as someone had said in the chat, it's very hard to navigate when schools are very kind of pushy towards the labels and the diagnosis and focusing on it. So I try to approach it with compassion, knowing that they are just trying to do what's best for their child, and that they're not trying to reduce their child to a label. They're just trying to do what's best. So I just approach it with a reframe. Try to approach it with them. Let's talk about all of the strengths that your child has, and how can we use their diagnosis to just help tweak some of their behaviors, and just to maybe even understand them a little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you. Ruth, you were talking about brilliance. So you've shown us how adaptations can be brilliant survival strategies. How do you help parents reframe these behaviors so they stop being seen as problems? Ooh, you're muted. That mute button.
Okay, so meeting with the whole family, that gives me a lot of information. And what I can say to the parents, let's say, is that, I'll ask them that question. In school, how is your child viewed, or how do you feel about your child? And they'll tell you things. The parents are very forthcoming. And if they say, well, he's naughty, or he's disruptive, or he's this and that, I can give them tools, or have them look at, okay, what does he really like to do? What really gets him where he's not in that fight or flight mode, right? And take the biggest thing I have to say for parents is I take that guilt and shame away, because I know I had that, right? When the school's saying, well, your kid is doing this and doing that, blah, 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 it's like, wait a minute, you're doing the best you can with what you have, right? Your child isn't bad, they're just dysregulated. And so that explanation, and then giving them tools on how to, an example, homework. If homework's a big battle, let's start little pieces. Give them little things to do to try at home. When they see that it works, it's like there's a shift, right? There's that shift.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. So this is for Andrea. You've lived through the cost of leading with control, the cost of leading with control. What is the first sign that control is replacing connection in a parent-child relationship?
That's a really good question, Kohela. And it's interesting because this really applies to the parents in the coaching scenario much more than it does the children themselves. And sometimes coming in, they have to be vulnerable and be willing to talk about where what's happening in the house and things like that. And usually one of the first signs is that you can immediately see that the child is shutting down. The parent is leading in dominance. I can hear it in the voice. I can see it in some of the actions when we're having our interaction on video. And that really is the first kind of sign, if they're not willing to have an open discussion about it, because a lot of times it's hard come to grips with that's what's happening. The control is what's happening. Again, because it's such a societal norm, and a lot of us are brought up with that. So I really look at, I really read the body language. I really look at what's happening in when the parent and the child, or parents and child, are communicating, how the communication is working, and to see if there's a lot of dominance being put on, and control being put on, or if I see more co-regulation happening.
Yes, absolutely. This is for Lisa, as she was about to speak. There he is. You've seen how unprocessed adult pain can show up in a child's body or behavior. What helps family to start to trace those threats back to the source?
I think really it's that willingness to be curious and to just really ask those questions, look for patterns, listen to your family stories, think about what did grandma used to tell you, what did your aunt used to say, what was the joke at the family barbecue on 4th of July, and what were those stories that kept being shared. They're often funny, but the funny stories often I've noticed that those are really where we start seeing patterns and trends, and that we often use humor in retelling to acknowledge that, okay, maybe it was funny in the moment, or maybe looking back it was funny, but in those moments, those things aren't funny. So it's really that willingness to look back, look for patterns.
Thank you. So, Allison, you're in the journal. Allison's information's here as well. Sorry, why did that change? Oh no, let me add it back. There we go. So, Allison, can you share with us these rooted reminders so we can take home today, these gems?
Sure, absolutely. So a label will describe just one little part of your child. It is never going to define their whole story. And the right language and reframing can move a child out of shame and into self-awareness. And that's where they can really come up with a stronger sense of self and identity. And it is not your job to fix your child. They are not broken. It is your job to guide them into being fully seen and to really come into their own and to own who they are.
Absolutely. Anyone in the audience agree to this? Tell me yes or no, because these are powerful, rooted reminders, because we can pick up a lot of information, right? But we do at the end has to root them. Otherwise, they just float away. So thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
And then there's Ruth. Again, her information's here. But Ruth, can you share with us your rooted reminders?
Absolutely. Dysfunction can be an intelligent survival strategy, not a personal failure. So I just want parents to remember that it's not a personal failure on your child or yourself. Regulation is the foundation, and learning and growth come after safety. So when kids feel safe, they'll start regulating themselves. Remember, my son didn't feel safe, so therefore he made other decisions. And behind every struggle is a skill, a strength, and on part waiting to be seen. So every child who struggles, they have a strength. And we just have to be curious. I love that term, curious, and ask the questions on what that strength is.
I mean, I don't need to know the right answers, right? I just have to be curious. Thank you. Thank you. Andrea, how about yours?
Yeah. So going back to this idea of control, it can win the moment. But I mentioned this in talking today. Presence really is what builds that connection and that relationship with our students, with our children. And calm lasts longer than correction. It really does. And it creates the calm, and the presence creates safety. in um, in in the minds and in the systems of the students, our children, and that is how respect actually grows. And then ultimately, healing happens in presence and not in power, not in that dominance. I told you, constantly going after them. It's being present and backing up for just a moment and allowing that presence to kind of we were talking about earlier, morphic resonance, being able to convey that over. And I think it will help kind of work on that control as well.
Thank you. We don't have Becky. We have Lisa. By yours.
All right. It's unhealed pain does not disappear. It just gets passed down in patterns and behaviors. Then a child's behavior is often a mirror of the emotions in their environment. And naming and processing our own pain creates space for our children's healing.
Yeah, you said that so powerfully earlier too. Thank you. Yeah, beautiful. I have a few more questions to ask you guys because you're so powerful that I need to ask more questions. I'm curious. So, if you could, this is for Andrea. Actually, Ruth. This for Ruth. I changed my mind. If you could plant one truth in every parent, teacher, or leader's mind to help them see the root instead of just the behavior, what would it be?
Your kids' students are not bad, all right? They are just dysregulated, and we need to look at the root cause. They're not bad kids.
No, this was the question. So powerful. What is one truth? They're not bad kids. There's no bad kids. There's no bad person. They've just gone through stuff, right? They're adults as bad. They've gone through stuff, right? Awesome. So this is for Andrea. What is one belief you wish every parent, teacher, leader would unhook from today? Unhook. Unhook.
Unhook. That's an interesting term, Kohela.
Yeah.
I actually want to kind of catapult off of what Ruth said about the children not being bad. I want them to unhook that any sort of controlled dysregulation that they feel with inside themselves when presented with their children or their students, and maybe they yell or something happens like that they're not bad. They are human and they are living the human experience and learning. And just to take a step back and say, okay, maybe next time I'm just going to try a little bit something different, to enter into a space that's more about presence and relationship than dominance. And we've all been there. We've all been there. We've all been the parent that's angry and frustrated and beside ourselves and, raising our voice, yelling if you want to say that, whatever, you're going to your room. This is happening. Just to know that it's okay. You're a parent and you're living, you're doing the best that you can.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's learning experience.
Thank you. Absolutely. Allison, if you could hand one piece, if you could hand if you hand them one piece of their own power back in a sentence, what would you say?
For them to take back their power, to have power, I would say remember your child from the beginning before you even thought about a diagnosis or a label. Think about all the wonderful things about them and all of the hopes and dreams that you had for them. They all still stand today. Just some of the things that might be making it a little more difficult for them, you just have a name for it now and maybe a little more guidance, but they are still that exact same child that they were before you even thought about this diagnosis or label.
They didn't change because of the diagnosis. The paper didn't change, but they're still the same soul. They came to be. Yes, beautiful. Thank you. And this is for Lisa. What if you could hold up a mirror to every parent, teacher, or leader so they could see the truth? What words would be on it? Crossed it. Cross. What would you write on it?
That's a great one. I think it's you're doing your best. And what your kids need is you. They don't need perfect. So I guess it's you're doing your best and your kids need you, not perfection.
Yep. The perfect has to go. I think that's a constant message here, right? Today, perfectionism came up a lot.
It doesn't exist.
Yep. Does it? Does not. So we're at the end here. We're at the end of day 2. So thank you, each one of you, for taking your time. Lisa, thank you. Even when you were not sick, you committed and you stayed to your commitment. I love it.
Of course.
So today is all about, what was it? See what's misaligned, right? We talked about a lot of misalignment today. So this booklet is, it's a lot there. I know it's heavy and a lot of stuff is coming at you, but still be with it. So before end of today, give yourself a gift of 5 minutes, so, or 2 minutes, so whatever it takes. Sometimes when you're a busy mom, dad, I know it's not available, busy person, we all know how busy looks like. So give yourself, and this is for you, not for anyone else, for your nervous system. Close your eyes and take a breath. You've heard a lot of breathing exercises today. Hand on the heart and a hand on your tummy. These all help you to ground, right? And you want to ask some of these questions. I'm not going to go through it all, but go through them. Where have I been leading with control, thinking it was safety when it was really fear? So hard to ask yourself that, right? You're like, I don't know. First answer would be, I don't know. I'm fine. I'm okay, right? That's when you have to dig deeper. Those words are just lies. Yep, you got to talk back to your brain. Come on, stop saying this. Where have I been controlled, thinking it's safety, but it was really fear? When has my child's withdrawal or shutdown or defiance been their way of protecting themselves from the system or whatever, wherever they are, or the environment? So we are like here. If you notice, all of our speakers and everyone here want to look at these signals, the behaviors. They are signals, and we need to read them as signals, and signals of protection versus you're a bad kid, right, Ruth? Because whenever somebody doing all of this, we're like, oh, why is this kid like this? I don't want to deal with this kid, right? So set aside time to do this and thank yourself for doing it, because it's really important work. So I want to end with this reflection for today. That is, at the end, we also have all the presentation and the word that our coaches have taken on this journal as well. So look at all of those words and see how it connects. Now, do you know that words carry energy? All words have energy, everything energy, but words have energies. Good words and bad words have energy. So if you notice, all of the coaches have brought in a word that they connect to, and it means a lot, right? It connected with deeply with each one of you, right? Your words, that the word that you chose, right? So it's really to look at words as more than they're just words. So today's reflection is, after today, what belief, label, or standard will I no longer carry forward as truth? That's what I want you to deeply reflect on. And we will be back tomorrow. And I want to check my chat before we go. Is there any questions from anyone? So that was the reflection. After today, what belief, label, or standard will I no longer carry forward as truth? Because we do carry things as truth because our brain says it, but are they true? That's a good question to ask, right? So is there any other questions? I just wanted to check. So here's something someone said. Oh, that success code said that. Anything else? Anyone else? Lori said, lovely reminders, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being present with us throughout this whole event. Thank you. And we will be back tomorrow with our day 3 with new speakers, and come back and join us. I know it's a lot, but as we go through the day to day 5, you'll see a transformation. And that's what this is all about. Thank you so much. Thank you.